It is 5:41 right now. Time for a look at this morning's top stories. A trucker is lucky to be alive after they were shot on I-40 overnight. Investigators believe it was involved with road rage and say it happened near the Charlotte Pike exit around 11:15. That trucker is expected to be okay. Right now, though, there's no suspect description or description of the car that was involved. In Washington, the White House is warning that Russia could create a false flag operation to justify the use of chemical weapons. And on Capitol Hill, Congress reached a deal to send more than $13 billion to help Ukraine and European allies as part of its larger federal spending bill. And the first person to receive a gene-edited pig's heart has died 2 months after that groundbreaking surgery at the University of Maryland Medical Center. 57-year-old David Bennett's son, though, still hopes that his dad's story can provide hope for others who need transplants. And 2 people are dead after a chase led to a crash in Coffee County. We're told that driver didn't pull over for a traffic stop Wednesday and led police on a brief chase before they crashed. That car burst into flames and the driver ran off, but police quickly arrested them and then found 2 bodies in the burned car. We're told this case is now being investigated as a double homicide. Cole, at our roads, 189 people have died on Tennessee roadways already this year.
And that's just a heartbreaking statistic. And we want to make sure that you are getting to where you need to go safely this morning. It is 5:43 on your Thursday. Here's a live look at I-65 north of Wedgwood Avenue. This is for southbound drivers. If you're heading up into town, you can see a little bit of the skyline there. A beautiful shot of Music City this morning. No issues so far to report on the road, so that's some good news starting out your day. We want to look at drive times if you are coming up on I-65. From Brentwood, you're looking at 7 minutes. Franklin, 14 minutes for you on I-65, and then from Spring Hill, you are looking at 29 minutes. When we take a look at the traffic map here, you can see no issues, which is a great sight as we start the day. But other than that, there's nothing really going on. So if you have to head into work now might be the time to get going. This is brought to you by Hughes & Coleman. Rebecca, back over to you.
Cole, thanks so much. Well, as you know, there's been a big push for police departments around the country to be better equipped to handle mental health situations. And Nashville Mayor John Cooper heard the cry, establishing the Partners in Care program to place mental health clinicians in police cars. Now, more federal assistance is on the way. News Channel 5's Aaron Cantrell joins us live with the details on this. So, Aaron, since the program launched early 2021, the city reports that we've seen some positive results.
Yeah, Rebecca, they do report that at least 41% of the people they encountered with this program, they have had some form of mental health issue. But get this, Nashville reports that 96% of those people, they are connected to a mental health professional, and less than 4% are arrested. Now, this program that they're currently using is at the North and Hermitage precincts. Now, this pilot connects individuals in mental health crisis to care and services while ensuring the safety and well-being of community members and, of course, first responders, too. The program came in handy just this past Tuesday at a standoff between police and someone having a mental health crisis on Northcrest Drive. A mental health liaison was on the scene, in this case, assisting officers. Now, this is one example as to why Mayor Cooper is excited about recently being awarded federal technical assistance to support the development of the city's non-law enforcement model of response that will complement the Partners in Care pilot. Now, the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration GAIN Center selected Nashville to participate in the Learning Collaborative on response models. Now, the center will conduct a countywide strategic plan to develop the service in time for deployment at the end of 2023. Now, the mayor is putting together a committee to release this new program, and he will be pulling people from the Partners in Care pilot program to be a part of this committee. But as you can imagine, the mayor is very excited about receiving this federal assistance. I'll send it back to you all.
All right, Aaron, thanks for that update. Well, we do have financial news for you now as we continue to rebound from the pandemic. The job market remains strong, and a new report shows Americans continue to resign at a high rate. The Department of Labor says 4.3 million people quit their jobs in January, just under November's record of 4.5 million. Employers are struggling to fill positions right now. Job openings remain at near record levels. And this morning, we're taking a closer look at the workforce right here in Tennessee. According to jobs4tn.gov, nearly 449,000 jobs are open across the state right now. 509 new positions were posted just yesterday. Tennessee's unemployment rate is sitting at just under 4%, which is down more than a percentage point from where we were at this time last year. We know a lot of folks are getting ready to travel. Nikki D, Leland, it's spring break time, and you guys have had a weather roller coaster that you've had to explain day by day. It is so different.
Well, a lot of times, when you hear spring break, we think automatically the beach. You think about going down to 38. You think about headed to the mountains. But right here, you just kind of think warm. Mm-hmm. Which is true. But this is not unusual, Leland, for us to have snow this time of year.
No, we've had some snow in the past in March, and there have been some years in the past where the biggest snow of the season actually happened in the month of March. And sometimes when you get that March snow, it's a wetter snow at times.
So this could be a little messy for us. And we're talking about snow ratios, if you're familiar with it, 1 to 10, 1 to 12. So that means a lot of moisture and a whole lot of fluff, or wet fluff at that.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll continue to watch it today, tonight, in the morning. You are fine. But right now, we've got chilly conditions over the area to begin the day. Here at right now, we're 5:47 on a Thursday morning is the current time. This is what is up for the day ahead. As we get ready for the day, as you're out and about for this afternoon, we're going to see temperatures warm up for you for today. Here's the overall forecast for that dog walk forecast for you. This is from Snickers, courtesy of Keith out there. Got the green paw for us. And then you'll note 40 for you at 6 a.m. By noon, that number pushing out into the upper 50s a little bit later in the day. But right now, highs this afternoon, Nashville 61. The normal is right around the 60-degree mark. We're 62 Waynesboro, 59 out of Cookeville, 58 back over toward Crossville, and then 61 back over toward the Fayetteville area. So here's what's up for you for today, going toward the weekend. On Saturday, a lot of this snow is at night. There may be a little bit left over Saturday morning, especially east, but by day, a lot of this is out of here. And look at the quick rebound. We're looking at 34 for Sunday. Today, though, not much going on around the area for us, Nikki D. We've got some morning clouds out there. Those clouds will clear, giving us the sunshine for the afternoon.
And which will help with all of that warmth, Leland. I mean, it's kind of hard to wrap your mind around. Yesterday, we were in the 50s. Today, we're headed into the 60s. Again tomorrow, and then we've got those snow chances. So as Leland pointed out, we're going to have a few clouds out there, but we're still going to have abundant sunshine, especially the second half of the day. Let the little ones frolic and play. You yourself, go out for a walk, or even just, if you can't, sit close to a window and soak in some of that vitamin D. It is going to be glorious out there. Tomorrow morning, we're going to have a few clouds back in play, but we will see plenty of sunshine heading in our direction. The morning and the afternoon time frame, we're dry. We're warm. Temperatures will actually soar into the mid to upper 60s. But as we make our way after dinner, going into bedtime, that's when we're going to notice clouds rapidly increasing, and then we're going to see a chance for some rain showers ahead of it. But let me just tell you, this Arctic blast is not messing around. It is going at such a speed, it's going to catch up to the moisture so quickly that we're looking at more of a winter weather situation than anything. So when the snow does fall, we're looking for several hours of that as we head overnight Friday into Saturday. Not everything sticks at first. So it's going to fall and it's going to melt. We'll notice some things starting to accumulate on the elevated surfaces, like your back patio, like on your grass, or even on your rooftops. But once we cool the air around on some of even the roadways, we could have some slick spots, especially on bridges and overpasses. By the afternoon, it's out of here. So how much are we talking? 1 to 2 inches, up to 3 inches in a few spots. So it is going to be very cold. Also, look at these temperatures, feeling as if we are in the 20s all day on Saturday, Sunday, a hard freeze. Your 7-day forecast, 60 today as well as tomorrow, but don't be deceived. Once that sun sets, the next system moves in, and it is going to be like we travel to the North Pole. Sunday, widespread freeze, Leland, but we do get some relief.
Yeah, so we're back in the mid to low 50s by Sunday afternoon, and then heading into Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, low rain chance Monday, Tuesday, but still in the 60s for highs on those days.
So just as we do plummet, we do get that relief. So the snow isn't going to last forever.
Right.
But if you enjoy it, get out there, eat some snow cream, Rebecca, because we are transitioning into spring.
I mean, you got to make the best of it, right, guys? Some people like to ski for spring break. Well, this little cat showed up to a shelter beaten and scared, but now he is thriving and getting stronger every day. His rescuer's message to his former abusers, coming up next. I was just saying, well, at least we have some weather to talk about. Welcome back. Time now is 5:54. Sometimes animals in shelters have really unique stories, and the people who rescued one cat have a message for those who used to abuse him. Meet Scooter. True Rescue in Mount Juliet posted these photos to Facebook saying that 2 women previously hurt Scooter on purpose. I can't even imagine that. His guardian angel, though, came along, rescuing him from such a tough situation. He is now thriving and is waiting for his forever family to adopt him. The post written on Scooter's behalf ended by saying, "Though my future is unknown, my here and now is peaceful." And you can see Cole, his little eyes are closed. He does look like he's meditating a little bit.
Scooter?
I know.
That's so cute. I'm glad he's doing so good. Somebody's going to make that cat so happy. He deserves it. We love Scooter. All right, well, let's talk about the traffic. We also love this. Green means good. We don't have any traffic or any accidents to report right now at 5:55, right before the 6 o'clock hour on your commute. So that's some good news there. Here's a live look at I-65 at the I-24 junction. This is a very busy area, as we know, around this time. We've had a lot of accidents here that we've covered over the time that we've been filling in this week, but looks good right now. Everybody's moving around as the sun is coming up. We also want to take a look at some drive times this morning. If you're coming from Jolton, you're looking at 13 minutes. From Pleasant View, you're looking at 20, and then from Clarksville, 37 minutes. So no problems there on I-24. Everything's moving pretty quickly. And then here's I-40 east of Briley Parkway. This is right by BNA. A lot of people moving around, and they might be heading to the airport, maybe for a quick getaway, because, you know, we're looking at possible snow this weekend. So maybe we all want to hit the skies Rise, Nikki D. This is brought to you by Electronic Express, by the way.
I mean, if you're going to be coming into town or you've got friends and family coming, they're going to have a big old suitcase because you're going to need multiple wardrobes as we will have multiple seasons. Quite compact. Here's a live look. This is Sky 5 Live out there this morning. They're going to be giving us a beautiful bird's eye view with some clouds to start things off. Temperature-wise, we are in the 30s and 40s. Here's the system we're watching. Whenever we get one of these and it takes its way down to the south, kind of like a ping pong ball, it drops down, gets the moisture from the Gulf, it tends to bounce back up. This is typically the ideal setup for a southern snow situation. That is what is in the cards for us as we make our way throughout Friday night into Saturday morning. It's an overnight event. We're going to see quite a bit of snow falling. Not everything will stick, but we're looking to see 1 to 2 inches. Few thoughts could be closer to 3 inches. This is anticipated to be a very wet and heavy snow. Today, tomorrow, we'll be in the mid to upper 60s. We have that system move in overnight into Saturday. Saturday's high 33. Feels like the 20s all day long. Hard freeze on Sunday morning, by the afternoon 53 with 60s for the work week.
My check 1 2 3. My check 1 2 3.
There's no pre-tease today. It's a little different. Aaron, I see and hear you. Your hit is right off the top here, bud. You're about a minute away.
Imagine yourself in a new Toyota.
Wow. 30. You. Perfect.
Now with breaking news. This is News Channel 5 This Morning.
We start this morning with breaking news. A suspected road rage shooting on I-40 overnight sent a truck driver to the hospital. News Channel 5's Aaron Cantrell joins us live with more details on this. Aaron, the driver is alive, thankfully, but we know road rage is a growing problem in our area.
Yeah, Rebecca, it's a huge concern. You know, last year we reported on at least 30 road rage shootings, and we're only 3 months into the new year, and we already have this other case that happened overnight, but that's not the first one this year. You know, AAA actually found out that there are a lot of people behind the wheel that get a little aggressive. You know, 79% of American drivers admitted to being a little aggressive, with younger drivers being a little bit more. Now, overnight on I-40 near West Nashville, near the Charlotte Pike exit, a truck driver was shot. Police suspect road rage, but it's unclear what exactly led to the shots being fired. Now, the driver is expected to be okay, and there were no additional details about the suspect of the other vehicle involved. Now, this comes after earlier this year there was a shooting on I-24 that left a mother and a young child was involved in as well. So, of course, Metro Police, they have been trying to crack down on this, stopping road rage, and they want people to be more cautious behind the wheel and not engage in folks who are in this sort of activity. So they say just be mindful, take down the license plate number, and just call police. But Cole, you've been watching the roads this morning. What's traffic looking like?
Good morning, Aaron. Well, thank you for that report, and thank you for that advice about that. We appreciate that. So the roads are looking good this morning. Here's Sky 5 Live. They've launched already this morning. They are about at I-24 and Hickory Hollow Parkway, so we're going to get a couple shots of the traffic here in a little bit from them, so we appreciate them up in the air for us this morning. But here's a look at the crash map. No problems yet to report, so that's some good news as we're heading into the 6 o'clock hour. Everything is running very smoothly this morning. We want to take a live look here at I-40 west of Briley Parkway. We see a little bit of traffic up there, a couple cars moving along, but no problems that really to report this morning. But we want to give you some drive times. So from Hermitage, you're looking at 11 minutes, Mount Juliet 16, Lebanon 25, and then another quick look outside at I-24 at Highway 96. Good morning to you, Murfreesboro drivers. You guys are looking good this morning. You have a 30-minute commute. Rebecca?
Cole, thanks so much. Well, thanks for joining us this morning. I'm Rebecca Schleicher. It is 6:01 on your Thursday morning. Nikki D and Leland have had quite the job this week. You guys have been walking us through so many different varieties of weather that we have each day. So today you guys are saying kind of a nice afternoon, but don't get used to it.
Yeah, don't get used to it because, 60s today, tomorrow, but snow tomorrow night.
Yeah, I mean, talk about a quick turnaround. It's almost weather whiplash, and doesn't seem as if it could be true, but it is true, and it's happened before. We've had snow going up to spring break.
Yeah, let's go to Sky 5 Live right now. I've got a cool shot of them. I've been seeing this shot of that plane coming in and wanted to catch the landing there from Sky 5 Live for us this morning. And looks good for traffic going in and out of Nashville International.
Yes.
So I love that view for us this morning. So our friends in Sky 5, thank you. Right now in Nashville, we are starting the morning with temperatures for you right now, right around the 40-degree mark. Dew point right now is at about 31 for us out there. As we make our way through the day, we'll see the clouds that are out there this morning start to break. So we are in great shape as we make our way into the afternoon. 40 now in Nashville. Overall for you for today, 62 as we make our way into the afternoon with temperatures are about right where they should be. Thinking about washing the car. Green light today. I go yellow tomorrow just because of the rain snow chance tomorrow night and then Saturday morning. Right now, Sunday looks good, but keep in mind there is a shower chance going into Monday as well. But a big time roller coaster on the way.
I mean, we are talking about temperatures that will feel as if they're in the 20s all day Saturday, regardless on how much snow you get.
Yeah, so we'll talk more about that in a moment. But right now, 6:03. Let's head back over to Rebecca.
All right, Leland, Nikki D, thanks so much. Well, this morning, Metro Police are investigating a triple shooting. This happened just before midnight on Zermatt Avenue. We know at least one of the victims was critically injured, and police do have a suspect in custody. We're going to fill you in on all of the details as soon as more becomes available to us. And police have also recovered a gun that was stolen out of a car at an apartment building. They say a 17-year-old was seen with it yesterday and tried to toss it when police approached him. This particular teen has also been charged with more than 40 offenses since 2016 and is linked to other ongoing investigations, according to police. MNPD also says that guns being stolen from cars, like in this case, is a growing problem in Nashville. So far this year, at least 320 guns have been taken from vehicles. Coming up at 6:30, we're taking a closer look at a new way Metro Police are trying to curb violence in the city. Aaron Cantrell joins us again with information on the push to incorporate mental health care into policing. And nearly 500 affordable housing units are coming to East Nashville over the next few years. This is part of a bigger mixed-use project called the Shelby House that includes a rehabilitation center. The project broke ground just yesterday. News Channel 5's Amelia Young joins us live downtown with the details on this. Amelia, we're told a local nonprofit is actually behind this big push.
Yeah, Rebecca, it is. The Samaritan Recovery Community has called East Nashville home for more than 50 years now, helping people with all types of addiction recovery services. Now they'll be able to have a new facility along with being able to put people in transitional housing, which is really just going to help them extend their reach even farther. Shelby House will tackle the city's ongoing affordable housing crisis and addiction recovery efforts. 195 units will open by fall of next year, which will first be offered to graduates of the recovery program. That will then be followed by nearly 300 units opening after that. The nonprofit says a stable home and supportive community can make all the a difference in a person's life. City Council member Brett Wither says he sees this development serving as a powerful gateway into East Nashville. He believes this project will help maintain affordability along the quickly changing and rapidly gentrifying corridor and will also complement the future redevelopment of the East Bank. Now, several nonprofits recently have spoken up. That includes Stand Up Nashville along with Equity Alliance, calling on the city to provide more affordable housing units. They say all that new development along the East Bank is only pushing out low-income families. Send it back to you in the studio.
Gentrification, it's a big topic in Nashville. Amelia, thanks so much. And coming up at 6:30, details on more money to improve Nashville neighborhoods. We're going to break down how Nashville will benefit from a sweeping spending bill passed in the legislature. Right now, though, we are talking federal money. House lawmakers approved a $1.5 trillion government spending bill last night, which does include billions of dollars in aid for Ukraine. CBS News' Laura Podesta has the details.
Republicans and Democrats came together to denounce Russia and support Ukraine through votes yesterday.
Putin is evil, and what he's doing to these people is devastating.
The House approved a $1.5 trillion government spending bill. That includes $13.6 billion in military and humanitarian aid for Ukraine. Some Democrats also wanted the spending package to include money for COVID relief, but that portion was taken out after some pushback.
I said to my members, yeah, that's a negotiation, and that's the way it is.
The Senate needs to vote on the spending bill by Friday to avoid a partial government shutdown. In a separate piece of legislation, the House overwhelmingly passed a ban on Russian oil imports and other energy. The decision puts further financial pressure on the Kremlin as it continues its assault on Ukraine. Laura Podesta, CBS News.
And passage of that bill came just a day after President Biden used his executive powers to impose that ban. When we return, the latest on Ukraine, how officials say peace talks are going so far today. Ahead in top stories. Nikki D.
And something topping a lot of charts is the chit-chat of winter weather. Yes, it is in the forecast. Yes, we've got 60s ahead of it. But we make our way Friday night into Saturday, looking around 1 to 2 inches across Middle Tennessee and Southern Kentucky. But it's not just the snow, it's this cold air surging, making it feel as if we are in the single digits waking up on Sunday. Here's today's School of the Day. We say a big hello and welcome to Gateway Elementary. You're watching News Channel 5. Stay with us.
It is just about 6:11 on your Thursday morning. A look now at top stories. 20 people who lost loved ones to opioid abuse will confront OxyContin maker Purdue Pharma in a virtual hearing today. This is just a day after the judge approved a $6 billion plan to settle thousands of lawsuits. And the latest data from the Labor Department show job openings at a near record high, around 11 million across the country right now. That's more than expected and outnumbers the number of available workers by almost 5 million. And the World Health Organization says Russian forces have attacked 18 hospitals so far, including a children's and maternity hospital. 7 evacuation routes are expected to open for Ukrainians today as talks of a ceasefire stall between the two nations. And COVID-19 numbers, thankfully, on the decline here in Nashville, but free testing and vaccinations are still available. Starting Monday, Meharry's community assessment sites will move to their spring hours, which means they'll open earlier at 7 a.m. No appointment is necessary. And Cole, we know the long lines created a big traffic jam, especially earlier in the pandemic, though it seems like that started to be alleviated a bit. How's traffic on the roads?
Well, things are looking great this morning for your Thursday. No big problems, but we are getting this beautiful shot from Sky 5 Live, our exclusive bird's eye view. Thank you to our friends up there. This is 440 and 40 over in West Nashville, and things are moving right along. No big problems there. We want to take a look at the crash map. Oh, this just popped up, so I'll make sure to go check that for you guys coming up in just a little bit, so we'll be sure to let you know. But other than that crash there that just came in, we don't have any other crashes really on the traffic map this morning. We also want to take a look down by Thompson Station. This is I-65 at I-840. Everyone is heading to where they need to go, and we'd love to say that. Good morning to all of you down in Thompson Station. And we also want to take a look over in the Hendersonville area. This is Vietnam Vets Boulevard, west of New Shackle Island Road. Good morning to you all up in Hendersonville. You guys also aren't having really any issues this morning. But again, I'll be checking on that accident that just dropped onto the crash map, and we'll let you know what that is in just a bit. Back to you guys at the desk.
All right, Cole, thanks so much. I mean, and it seems, guys, our weather is going to change at breakneck speed this week. We know lots of people are coming into town, maybe for spring break. Are they even ready for what's going to happen?
I don't know. Like Metro and some other schools start spring break this week. Some next at the end of the week. Wilson County, some other colleges are on spring break right now, so they've timed it just right. But Saturday morning, it may look like a winter wonderland.
You know that kids wish that was going to be a school day that they could then get out.
I was visiting a school yesterday, and that was their request. I said, can't you just move it? Can you move it, maybe to Thursday into Friday? But you know what? We are going to be dealing with snow, and of course, a lot of people come to Music City. We are a destination location. Here's a Sky 5 Live out there this morning. How pretty is our city? That skyline is always on the rise and obviously changing. If you do have friends and family coming in from other states, they're probably going to have a big old suitcase because we've got a variety of weather moving in. Current temperature right now, 40 degrees overlooking Nashville. We are going to see sunshine today as well as tomorrow. Temperatures warming. We're talking mid to upper 60s by tomorrow afternoon. But it's tomorrow night. That's when that cold front's going to move in. This cold front is going to be accompanied with some moisture. And that means we've got winter weather. That's going to take place Friday night into Saturday. We do look to have some accumulating snowfall across portions of Middle Tennessee and southern Kentucky. So it's not just the snow we're looking at, it's also how cold it's going to go. Saturday, we'll feel as if we're in the 20s all day. Sunday morning, hard freeze all across Middle Tennessee and southern Kentucky. So right now, Power 5 radar's dry and clean sweeps. We do have just a few clouds out there, and we'll see some sunshine as we make our way throughout the day. Our system that we're watching is currently up to our north and west. It is going to be like that ping pong ball. It's going to drop down to the Gulf, get the moisture, and spring it back up. When we get this type of setup, we typically do have winter weather and snow across the area. Temperatures right now, we've got 30s and 40s, but we are going to warm nicely as we make our way throughout the day, with afternoon highs topping in the upper 50s and even low 60s. And Leland, it does seem just a little bit of a deceiving type moment, thinking, okay, is it really going to get in the 60s today and tomorrow? And then we've got snow not only falling, but accumulating. But that's what we're dealing with. It is happening.
Exactly. That is what we're dealing with for tomorrow night. But dayside today, if you're out and about, you will be in good shape. Food theme with our dogs this week. Yesterday, Frito. Today, Snickers, courtesy of Keith out of the Franklin, Tennessee area. Green paw all day for doing the dog walk. Some morning clouds giving way to a lot of sunshine going into the afternoon. But here in Nashville today, right around the 62-degree mark for a high. So looks good. The normal is right around 60. So we'll go upper 50s out of Bowling Green back over to Clarksville. Waynesboro 62 for today. Cookeville 59 and then Crossville 58. So let's run Exact Track. We'll take Exact Track and run it for you for today. And not a whole lot going on for us out there. Again, morning clouds giving way to a lot of sunshine for the afternoon. We've got a mainly clear sky tonight. Tomorrow morning commute, you will be fine. So we'll take Exact Track now. And as we do so, there it is with that band of snow shower activity making its way across the area for us as we go through the day for tomorrow. We'll run that one more time. There it is coming in for us tomorrow evening. Now, by daybreak on Friday, a lot of this, or daybreak Saturday, a lot of this is out of here, but there may still be just a little bit of activity going on in some of those eastern counties for us. But with that rate of snow coming in at night, an inch or two is a possibility. Some spots, higher elevations, could end up with 2 to 3 inches of snow. But here's how things play out for us on Real Sky for today. Looking good across the Mid-South with the wind north at about 5 to 10 and temperatures pushing up to near the 60-degree mark. So for today, 62. Tomorrow we are at 66. And then here comes the snow for tomorrow night. May start off as a brief period of rain. And then Nikki D, a nice rebound into Sunday.
A very nice rebound. We're going to start out with temperatures in the teens. Of course, that's really tough to look at, but the rebound does happen. 53 by the afternoon on Sunday with 60s to follow and even some rain chances. Here is today's weather. We're taking a flashback Thursday, throwback Thursday. This is the Sullivan family. This was back in January, that big old igloo. We are looking to have some winter weather, but the consistency will vary this time around, Leland.
Yeah, it will vary this time around, so you may be able to do some of that in the Saturday morning, but again, it'll be gone rather quickly.
Yeah, so make time if you want to. Rebecca?
All right, Nikki D, Leland, thanks so much. An update now to the conflict in Ukraine. 3 more people, including a child, were killed in an airstrike at a hospital as Russia's attacks intensify. An attack earlier in the day killed 17 people, including mothers waiting to give birth. It buried doctors and children in the rubble. Representatives from both countries will meet again today. Leaders hope that talks can open the door for a permanent ceasefire in the area. And our soldiers from Fort Campbell have already been deployed to Europe to support NATO allies. Yesterday, First Lady Jill Biden met with families and spoke to them about the struggles families face at home while their loved ones are abroad. This is an experience she knows well. Both her father and her stepson, Beau Biden, served in the U.S. military. Stick around. We're going to have more news, weather, and traffic ahead, including a look at a bill that would make canceling subscriptions easier in our state. We're going to be right back.
Around the Mid-South today, temperatures warming into the 60s, mid-60s tomorrow. Most of tomorrow dry, but late tomorrow shower chances coming in, quickly changing over into snow. That looks like there will be some accumulating snows into the area Friday night into early Saturday morning, but we're back into the 60s by Monday.
Two police cars turned. Yes, Greg.
Welcome back. Happening today, lawmakers want to get money back in your pocket. How does that sound? A bill being taken up would make it easier to cancel any subscriptions that you might have signed up for. It would require that companies have a toll-free number, an email address, or a snail mail address, the same way they easily contact you, available for you to cancel the subscription. If it's all online, it needs to be able to be canceled online. The bill mentions the possibility of going as far as having a formatted email from the business that you can send back to company without having to add any extra details. It also mentions if they change the terms of your subscription, they have to tell you how to cancel. This could become a reality pretty soon. The bill has already passed in the House, and if the Senate passes it today, it will go to the governor's desk to sign into law. And the Save Tennessee Students Act would require school districts to put the phone number for the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline and at least one other crisis resource on student IDs for 6th through 12th graders. According to Memphis Senator Akbari, suicide is the second leading cause of death for kids 10 all the way to 24. The Tennessee Suicide Prevention Network says in 2020 there were 54 suicides in Tennessee between the ages of 10 and 19. That same year, more than 1,200 Tennesseans died by suicide.
So certainly we want to make sure that our students who are in dire distress and who might consider taking their own life to have some resources that are available and to be right at their hands so that they will, realize that there are people there to help them.
Sometimes all it takes is a conversation. The bill is on the Senate regular calendar today and is being heard by the Calendar and Rules Committee. An in-depth look at how lawmakers have tried to address suicide in young people in the past. Now, just a few years ago in 2019, lawmakers approved a recurring $500,000 in state funding for kids and young adult suicide prevention and mental health awareness. If you or anyone you know is struggling with mental health, consider this the sign. We have local resources for you right now on NewsChannel5.com. Now let's get a check of the roads. Cole, people are waking up and heading out this morning. How does it look?
It's a bit messy on I-24 in the downtown area. So this is I-24 west of Silliman Evans Bridge. This is I-24 east. You can see one car involved here in this accident. The police have blocked off one lane, and it's really slowing down traffic. We're talking about at least 3 miles of a backup. But it also, Sky 5 just was spotted another accident also on I-24 east, very close to this other accident. You can see that it seems to be a fender bender, I would assume. You can see that front car there is really smashed in. There's somebody out walking, so hopefully that means that there's not injuries, but that also means that I-24 eastbound is really going to be a mess. So if you are heading out, be aware of that, and you may want to take another route. We are just getting this information in right now, so we'll be sure to keep you posted and give you some other options. But see that car right there, what they just did? Make sure that you're moving over and going slow, because if you're seeing this stop, standstill traffic, you don't want to be involved in an accident like this one. So just a heads up for that. But here you can see that's really the only accidents going on in the area. And this is your traffic report for 624.
I'm John Matteries. If you haven't finished your taxes yet, we have some deductions and credits you may not know about that could save you more money. Story coming up.
Join the conversation. Connect with News Channel 5 on Facebook.
Check.
Mic check 1 2 3. Mic check 1 2 3. Nashville city officials understand that there are several people that suffer from mental health issues, and they want to make sure our police department is equipped to handle those types of calls, and some new federal assistance is going to make that become a reality.
Plus, Congressman Jim Cooper has secured almost $5 million to help with several area community projects here in Nashville. We'll tell you who's getting some help up next.
Hey, good Thursday morning, everyone. Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Rebecca Schleicher, in for Ben and Amy today. Nikki D and Leland are here, though, and they are hard at work checking your forecast for you guys. I mean, it's that roller coaster ride. So today we're on our way up, and then it's going to just bottom out.
It is going to transition quite quickly. You know, a lot of times we talk about weather whiplash and we kind of laugh. It's, 20-degree dip. We're talking about something much more significant than that. And it comes with winter precipitation.
Yeah, because think about this. You're talking about a high at 66 tomorrow, a high of just 34, just 2 degrees above freezing Saturday afternoon.
That's a 50% discount, and you actually get another discount because you got a wind chill on top of that, making it feel like you're in the 20s. Are you ready?
I am ready. I think.
I'm ready to go shopping, I think. Here's a live look. Thanks to Sky 5 Live overlooking the Cumberland. How pretty of a view. Just stunning out there. And you can see the sun trying to glisten in on the water to kick things off. But we still have some clouds overlooking Nashville. Current temperature right now, 40 degrees. Winds are light, around 5 to 10 miles per hour. The Power 5 radars, completely dry. Obviously, as you saw from Sky 5 and our other cameras, we're not necessarily crystal clear, but we will be. These clouds are not going to be with us for long. Temperature-wise, 30s and 40s with the 28 just over into Lafayette. A lot of sunshine today. By lunchtime, we'll be in the mid to upper 50s. That's warmer than yesterday's high. And then by the afternoon, we're going to be in the low 60s. But obviously, a lot of eyes and a lot of chit-chat all about this snow or no. Well, it doesn't matter if you're over it or not. We are looking at winter weather. This would take place not Friday, but it would be Friday overnight into Saturday. So our daytime hours, Leland, still looking nice. We can get out, but the change will be abrupt.
Yeah, for a lot of the folks, this is not going to happen until after sunset tomorrow.
So you can get a lot of hours out and about with that sunshine, even forecasting a little bit of outdoor recess. We'll have more details on the big weather change coming up. Rebecca?
Nikki D, thank you. And new this morning, one person was rushed to the hospital after a reported stabbing at the Margaritaville Hotel. Officers were called to the hotel on John Lewis Way last night around 10:30. Details are limited right now, but we will keep you updated when we have new information. We're also keeping an eye on an issue at a local apartment building. Harlow Apartments in the Gulch was evacuated after cracks and damaged concrete were found in the parking garage. Officials say the damage happened after recent construction at a work site next to the building. Management says it's working right now to find a place for everyone and their families to stay and to help with out-of-pocket expenses. It's not clear when they'll be able to return. And across the nation, there is a push for police departments to better manage mental health crises. And now federal money will help place more mental health clinicians with Metro officers. News Channel 5's Aaron Cantrell joins us live with the details on this. Aaron, since the initial program launched in 2021, the city has been reporting really positive results.
Yeah, Rebecca, they tell us that 41% of the people that they encounter through this program, they do suffer from a mental health crisis, and they have some good news to report. 96% of those folks, they are connected with a mental health professional, and only less than 40% are actually arrested. Now, this program is being used by officers in 2 precincts, North and Hermitage. Now, the pilot program connects individuals in mental health crisis to care and services while ensuring the safety and well-being of community members and first responders. The program came in handy just this past Tuesday at a standoff between police officers and someone having a mental health crisis on North Crest Drive. A mental health liaison was on the scene, in this case, assisting officers. And this is just one example as to why Mayor Cooper is excited about recently being awarded federal technical assistance to support the development of the city's non-law enforcement model of response that will complement the Partners in Care pilot program. Now, the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration Gain Center selected Nashville to participate in the Learning Collaborative on Response Models. The center will conduct a county-wide strategic plan to develop the service service in time for deployment at the end of 2023. And the mayor's office plans to put a committee together to guide this process, and he will be pulling people from that program that's already in place and put them on this committee to make sure that when it is officially launched, it goes off very well. And again, they're planning to launch it at the end of 2023. I'll send it back to you all.
Aaron, thanks for that update. A bill to ban certain health care for transgender minors hit a roadblock in the Tennessee legislature. The ACLU says the bill would have discriminated against LGBTQ youth by making it illegal for doctors to help kids go through a sex change that includes surgery or hormone use. In Kentucky, a House panel just advanced a bill to ban transgender girls from participating in school sports that match their gender identity from 6th grade to college. Under the proposal, the student's gender would be determined by their birth certificate. That measure now heads to the House. And Kentucky college athletes can now be paid for the use of their name, image, and likeness. Governor Andy Beshear signed a bill at the state capitol yesterday. Each deal has to be approved by the school, and gambling and alcohol are not allowed. Several $1 million in funding is coming to 3 North Nashville projects. This is part of a move by Congress to fund more community projects in neighborhoods. Congressman Jim Cooper secured almost $5 million to use here. News Channel 5's Amelia Young joins us live downtown with more on this. Okay, Amelia, so which projects is the money going to?
Yeah, Rebecca, so many things here in Nashville happening and so many to choose from. But Representative Jim Cooper, he selected 2 schools here in Nashville along with a really big area project focusing on the revitalization for North Nashville. American Baptist College, Meharry Medical School, and the Jefferson Street Interstate CAT project will split the $4.7 million funds. American Baptist College will use the funds to restore buildings where notable civil rights leaders received their education. The college will also create a complimentary walking tour of the campus to educate the public about the college's significance and the role in the civil rights story. Meharry Medical School will also be able to fund a supercomputer cluster at their new School of Applied Computational Sciences, and the rest of the funds will help Metro construct the Jefferson Street Cap and Connector. That's expected to help reconnect the North Nashville community and support revitalization of the historically significant Jefferson Street Commercial District. But there's been some recent pushback from the community not in support of that project. Neighbors are concerned they won't be able to afford to live in that neighborhood after the project is complete. So a lot of steps to look towards there, but also to finalize this money, it still has to pass the Senate before it heads to the president's desk to sign. So a couple more steps before it is finalized with the president into law. Send it back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you, Amelia. It is 6:35, and you're looking at a messy I-24 eastbound. This is Sky 5 Live giving us this exclusive view. We are seeing multiple accidents on here, and Sky 5 was actually able to spot this one. It looks to be a fender bender, and it is messy. You can see it involves this car right here. The whole front end of it is completely damaged, and you can see a lot of cars are noticing it and then trying to get over. So they spotted this pretty early on, it seems. And then just around that area as well, right by the Silliman-Evans Bridge, we have this crash. Thankfully, it looks like it's about to get cleaned up here pretty soon, but you can see this lane also blocked off, that far lane there. But we want to show you how much of a backup we're dealing with. This is about 4 miles all the way going back to that merge between I-24 and I-65. If you want to avoid this, you can get off on Briley Parkway to hopefully stay out of that and not run into any issues there. Other than that, not a lot else going on. Leland, over to you.
All right, thank you much. Right now, the time 6:36. Not much happening here on radar for us this morning. A cold start to our day, but our weather kit here is ready. This is Braxton Hatcher. He is showing us 39 this morning, 63 later. He is 9 years old. So Braxton, thank you for helping out. Meanwhile, our school of the day, Mount View Elementary down in Antioch. Hello to everybody down there. Got a chance to participate virtually with you and your Read Me Day program last week. So everybody down that way, hello. We're saying hello to sunshine today and hello to some snow tomorrow night. Nikki D and I will have the latest as the news continues right now. The time is 6:36 on a Thursday morning.
Time now is 6:40, and it's time for your top stories. Breaking from overnight, a truck driver was shot during a suspected road rage incident on I-40. This happened right in West Nashville in the westbound lanes near Charlotte Pike. No arrests yet, but that driver is thankfully expected to be okay. An airstrike in the Ukraine city of Mariupol damaged a hospital and killed 3 people, including a child. Bombs also fell on 2 hospitals in another city west of the capital. The World Health Organization has confirmed 18 attacks on medical facilities since the Russian invasion began 2 weeks ago. In Washington, the White House is warning that Russia could create a false flag operation to try to justify the use of chemical weapons. And on Capitol Hill, Congress reached a deal to send more than $13 billion to help Ukraine and European allies as part of its broader federal spending bill. Now let's get a check of the roads with Cole. Good morning to you.
Hey, good morning, Rebecca. So this is a live look at I-24 eastbound. Sky 5 Live giving us this exclusive bird's eye view. We are seeing a mess on I-24 east. There was what appeared to be a fender bender causing a lot of backup here. It's involving this car right here. The whole front was really smashed in there, and there is a significant amount of backup coming from this. And we also know that there's another accident around that area as well on I-24 west of Silliman Evans Bridge. This one, thankfully, seems to be clearing up here pretty soon. You can see they have a wrecker coming to clear that out here right now. But look at this backup. We're talking at least 4 miles all the way up to where they merge at I-65 and I-24. If you want to avoid this, you can try and get off at Briley Parkway. Other than that, there is one other crash that we want to tell you about. It is on I-24 westbound in Rutherford. It appears to be a multi-vehicle crash from what I understand. Let me check my note here really quickly. It is a multi-vehicle crash, yes, in Rutherford around mile marker 63.4. And that is your traffic report for this morning. And if you're looking ahead to the weekend, maybe go ahead and fill up. Gas prices are up 55 cents from just a week ago. The average price for a gallon of regular is $4.11 in Tennessee right now. Specifically in Nashville, expect to pay around $4.14 and about $4.12 in Clarksville.
Oof, that'll hurt, Cole. Well, these days everyone wants to save a little money. And with tax day coming up, John Matarese is sharing some uncommon ways that you can save with tax credits.
The rush is on here at Liberty Tax and other tax preparers right now. Customers like Alex Trejo, just starting his own small business, are trying to find all the tax breaks they can.
I gotta figure out what I gotta do. How am I going to get this done? How much do I have to pay? All that stuff is it's overwhelming.
Franchise owner Gina Pinto says a professional can find a lot of credits people miss on their own.
There's a lot of new credits this year, and if they do it at home, they will not be aware of these changes.
Tax season is always confusing, but preparers tell us that this year is a little more confusing than others because of all the stimulus and credits that have been going out during the pandemic.
If somebody didn't get the stimulus, they have to file a tax return.
Gina says many of her clients don't realize they can get a credit for stimulus checks if you didn't get the full amount, child tax credits if you were shortchanged, charitable contributions. You can now claim up to $300 again, even if you take the standard deduction. The dependent care credit, which was just expanded to up to $8,000 for daycare, and the earned income credit, which the IRS says 25% of people fail to claim because they don't know what it is. Finally, PC Mag's financial writer Kathy Yackel says if you built a home office during the pandemic, you might qualify for a deduction, but
declaring part of your home as a home office, that's a really tricky deduction. You have to use one portion of your home strictly for business.
And if you're a W-2 employee working remotely last year, you may not qualify. So consult a tax pro like Alex Trejo is doing so you don't waste your money. I'm John Matarese.
Well, we're going to be getting a discount weather-wise as we make our way into the weekend. But today, tomorrow, it's going to feel great. It's going to look nice. But then we go to sleep, and it's almost like we're dreaming.
I know,
when we wake up.
So we're talking good weather today, tomorrow, but then tomorrow night, a quick little burst of snow is on the way. So, yeah, it looks like you have white stuff on the ground when you wake up on Saturday morning.
This is not unheard of. This has happened before. But typically, a lot of times you think about spring break and you think of sunshine and 70s. That's going to come.
Yes.
in pieces.
Yeah, we'll be back near 70 next week.
With some rain. But it'll work, right?
Yeah.
It all works.
Let's show you what is happening right now here in Nashville. We are starting now with a fair sky. There are some clouds over the area to begin the day. Those clouds will begin to break, and you've got good weather as we make our way into the day. But skies becoming mostly sunny for you for the day. Mainly dry for the area for tonight. Tomorrow, I think we're dry for a good part of the day, but then rain changing over into some snow showers by tomorrow night. But here's the overall planner for today. 8 a.m. we are at 42. At noon today, right around 56. And then at 3 p.m., that number right around 62. So seasonable numbers for us going into the afternoon. Upper 50s, Clarksville, Bowling Green, Lafayette, Cookeville, and Crossville. But now let's talk weekend numbers. 34. We've got a snow symbol up Saturday morning, but a lot of this is going to be Friday night, early Saturday morning, and then by daybreak, a lot of it's out of here, but a nice rebound on Sunday. It is, with everything else going on, remember, it is time change weekend. Spring ahead 1 hour at 2 a.m. on Sunday morning, and when you do that, Nikki D, check the batteries and the smoke detectors.
Leland, I feel like we all have this big to-do list, and we're having, to write everything down because there are so many little bit of details that are essential as we go through the next little bit. So today, easy. Maybe check a few things off the list. You go ahead, change the batteries in your smoke detector. Do a little clean sweep around the house outside because we are going to have plenty of sunshine. Temperatures will head back into the widespread 60s all across the area. We head into tomorrow morning. We'll see a few clouds to start off, and we're going to see a mixture of sun and cloud cover as we make our way into Friday. It's still going to be beautiful, and it's going to be very warm with temperatures even warmer than today. We'll be in the mid to upper 60s, but it's as we make our way into the overnight time frame. So starting closer into 8, 9 o'clock, that's when we're going to see the system move in. We will have a chance for some rain ahead of it, but this cold Arctic blast catches up to the moisture quite quickly, and that's why the transition will take place sooner rather than later. So the faster the transition, the more snow and winter weather that is anticipated. Now we're going to see quite a bit fall. Even though some of us will be sleeping, a lot of it will melt at first. But once we cool the ground around it, we are going to have some snow starting to accumulate. When it comes to Saturday late morning, some flurries across the plateau. Can't rule out some of that, but the big of it will have already exited. So how much? 1 to 2 inches, a few spots closer to 3 inches. This is looking to be a very wet and heavy snow. Also very cold. Temperatures as we make our way throughout Saturday will feel as if, this is after the snow has already fell, as if we are in the teens and low 20s all day long. So here's a look over the next 7 days. 62 degrees today. Tomorrow, 66. Then that transition takes place starting around 8 p.m. going overnight into Saturday. By Saturday afternoon, we're still cold, but we will be clearing out.
All right. Then as we go into Sunday morning, very cold, 18, 53 Sunday afternoon, small rain chances Monday, Tuesday with temps in the 60s on those days.
I mean, talk about a textbook forecast, and it was great to teach. As I went over to yesterday, headed our way just over into Franklin County at Rock Creek Elementary School. Y'all are Rock Creek Rockets, and I had the best time. I visited with the pre-K all the way up to the 5th graders. Leland, I'm so impressed by the knowledge each and every one of these students have year and, regardless of how old they are, they were so smart and so kind. And then they sent me back with this awesome little gift basket with some shirts.
Awesome.
But let me tell you, Leland, here you go. We got pom-poms too. And I love a good pom-pom. We're cheering on some warmer weather. It'll just take a little time. Rebecca?
All right, go weather team. Well, the pandemic rocked many supply chains, including one you've probably noticed, the food supply. A local farm pushed through the pandemic and recently opened a butcher shop and market. News Channel 5's Claire Kopsky takes us to Robertson County to meet the people behind Smokin' Oaks.
This is the greatest lifestyle you can have.
Justin Head is an organic farmer 45 minutes north of Nashville.
I grew up on a farm here in Cedar Hill, Tennessee. I've always been here and I've always farmed with my dad and my granddad.
He raises the grain that feeds his cattle, chickens, and hogs. And when the time comes, he takes their meat to his butcher shop, Smokin' Oaks, on 8th Avenue in Nashville, where customers can buy it right off the butcher block.
Our big thing is clean food, and our big thing is truth in what we say and traceability in our product. It's not being shipped from who knows where. It doesn't have additives in it. It's who knows what and ingredients that you can't read. Just good, clean, whole food that's straight from the farm.
The pandemic put a spotlight on the meat supply chain with inflated meat prices at the grocery store, while there were still plenty of livestock on meat farms.
It's obviously very challenging every time that something changes in the supply line. When you have someone farming it, someone processing it, someone feeding it out, and then another person selling it, you're always dependent on the next person to take that step for you.
Justin says he's sadly watched dozens of his neighbors and farming friends close their gates the past few years. But because his farm does everything in-house, they didn't experience that disruption and were able to stay afloat while keeping prices the same.
On the farm, when you get rid of your crops or your animals to a larger company, you don't know exactly where that is going, and you don't know exactly how that's being handled. So I felt the need to take the animals from birth to finish and to have the finished product and to take that to the consumer.
An effort to provide clean, local food to Middle Tennessee.
You have your mechanic and your doctor and your dentist, so why not have your local farmer and know exactly where your food comes from?
In Nashville, Claire Kopsky, News Channel 5.
And they're so nice, too. And to learn more about the products that they make fresh from the farm, you can click on this story. We have it up on our website. Now here's Nate with a look at what's ahead at 7.
Ahead on CBS Mornings, we'll have the latest on the war in Ukraine, including a story of an American paratrooper who started helping Ukrainian refugees while he was on vacation in Poland. Also, David Begnaud introduces us to a man laid off during the pandemic who now runs a sanctuary for donkeys. Hear how his work led him to a path of healing. And actors Tom Selleck and Donnie Wahlberg joins us here at the table to celebrate a milestone in their hit CBS drama Blue Bloods. We'll have all of that and more. We'll see you at 7.
One school community is going above and beyond to make a bus driver's dream come true. Take a look. Miss D drives 80 kids at JT Moore Middle to and from school safely every day. For years, she struggled to buy her first home until she discovered Habitat for Humanity. In the final stage of buying her home, though, she found she was $5,000 short. That's when the principal and school staff put out the call for help. Miss D's secret GoFundMe received thousands of dollars in donations.
Kept just hitting the refresh button and calling Miss Elder and saying it's gone up another 150, it's gone up 500 more, and just watching it for hours, seeing how it grew.
They have really changed my life, and now I'm going to be a homeowner, and I'm so excited.
Oh, can you hear how much it means to her? Congratulations, Miss D. She's expected to move into her new home this summer. Now let's get a check with the roads. You know there are hardworking bus drivers out and about this morning, Cole.
That's right. And I love that story, by the way. But let's transition into traffic. This is I-24 East. That other crash that we've been talking about this morning, it since has cleared, it appears. But we have this one here still on I-24 East. You can see that multiple lanes are blocked. But the good news is we do have some traffic moving along, but there is still a bit of that slowdown going on this morning. You can, if you want to avoid that, you can get off on Bradley Parkway there. But again, 4 miles of backup here. And we also want to talk about what's going down in the Antioch area, right in the Rutherford County line. This is I-24 east of Old Hickory Boulevard on I-24 westbound, and you can see that they're off to the shoulder, so not going to cause a lot of issue. About a couple miles of backup there. Over to weather.
All right, Sky 5 Live right now with some cloud cover over the area for us as we begin the day. At the morning clouds, that'll give way to a lot of sunshine, and then we're watching for tomorrow night.
We sure are. Current temperatures right now, we are in the 30s and 40s, and of course, everybody's talking about the snow. How much of it? Yes, winter weather is coming Friday night. This is overnight inches. Saturday, 1 to 2 inches, and it's going to be cold. 62 today, 66 Friday. This is not a joke. It is happening. 33 on Saturday, feeling like the 20s. We hit rock bottom on Sunday morning, widespread hard freeze with 50s and 60s to follow heading into the work week. So this is just quick. It's just a little spritz of Arctic air.
Yeah. I can feel my cold coming out right now.
Go home, Nashville weather. You've been on Broadway too long.
That is the truth.
All right. Thanks so much for joining us. Have a great day.
When the eyes meet the stars. Oh, I need some rest. You see me rolling there. My check 1 2 3. My check 1 2 3.
Check.
to be a problem across the country and right here in Music City. And this morning, I'm going to tell you how a truck driver is doing after they were shot while driving on I-40.
Plus, a new development is expected to tackle Nashville's affordable housing crisis and addiction recovery efforts. We'll tell you how in just a few minutes.
And a new law would make it easier to cancel any of those pesky subscriptions you might have signed up for. The final hurdles before it goes on the books.
Keeping you safe, informed, connected. This is News Channel 5 This Morning.
Happy Thursday, everyone. It is 7 o'clock. I'm Rebecca Schleicher. Thanks for joining us on The Plus. Leland is here and has been tracking what is a pretty wacky forecast for us. A lot of ups and downs in the next couple of days.
Yes, right now we're on the way up. Tomorrow night going down big time, Rebecca. Let's show you what is happening right now. This is the view here on radar. And for us, not much going on. There are a few morning clouds that are out there, but those clouds will give way to a lot of sunshine for us out there. Things look good from Bowling Green to Hopkinsville back over toward Madisonville. So right now we'll note 37 showing up over at the regional airport that shows up for that area, the Upper Cumberland Regional Airport. 37 Camden, 39 Columbia, 34 out of Bowling Green, and then 40 back over toward Fayetteville. So for the Mid-South today, 42 at 8, 56 at noon, 62 at the 3 o'clock hour. Thinking about washing the car today, you're fine, but there's that chance at some rain, snow tomorrow night. Saturday, the rain snows in the morning. Sunday looks good, but keep in mind there's a rain chance for us for early next week. Meanwhile, for tonight, mainly clear. We'll fall back to about 38 degrees. More on that coming up for you in a few minutes, but right now, at about 2 minutes after the top of the hour, let's head over to Cole.
Thank you so much, Leland. Here's Sky 5 giving us a beautiful shot of 40 and Briley. You can see traffic is moving very nicely, no problems, but that is not the case everywhere. Here is over at I-24. There is a crash here that is now moved over into the shoulder, I believe, but it has about 4 miles of backup. If you want to avoid that, you can take Briley to duck out and not have to worry about all that backup. But we also have this going down on I-24 east of Old Hickory Boulevard. This is on I-24 west around the Antioch area. I believe it's on the right along the Rutherford County line. You can see they're off on the shoulder here, but there is a significant backup or slowdown, I should say, about 4 miles worth. So just a heads up if you are in that area coming up into Nashville. But it doesn't look like drive times are going to be much of a problem. Well, just kidding. They just refreshed from what I saw. 12 minutes from Antioch, 28 from Smyrna, and 52. That orange color always a pain to see from Murfreesboro. So just a heads up as you're heading out. It is 7:02. Now over to the desk.
All right, Cole, thanks so much. A truck driver is in the hospital this morning after they were shot on I-40 in West Nashville. Metro Police think that it's another case of road rage. News Channel 5's Aaron Cantrell joins us live from the West Police Precinct where they are working this case right now. Aaron, road rage, really a growing problem across Music City.
Yeah, Rebecca, you know, it's very scary to think about. I mean, here at News Channel 5, we covered at least 30 road rage shootings, and we're only 3 months into the new year, and we just had this one happen overnight, but that's not the only one. You know, AAA found out that almost 80% of drivers agree that they have been a little aggressive behind the wheel, with younger drivers being a little bit more. Now, overnight on I-40 near the Charlotte Pike exit, a truck driver was shot, and police do suspect road rage, but it's unclear what exactly led to the shots being fired. The driver is expected to be okay, which is good news, and there's no additional details about the suspect or the vehicle involved at this time. Now, this comes after earlier this year there was a shooting on I-24 that injured a mother and her child, which led MNPD to crack down on aggressive driving on I-24 in the Antioch area. So many of you all may be asking, well, how do I keep myself safe? What do I do? So police, they advise you not to engage with the aggressive drivers. Don't make hand gestures. Don't speed up or tailgate. They say instead, just remain calm. Instead, be the bigger person, take down the license plate number, and then call police so they can handle it. I'll send it back to you all.
Good advice, Aaron. Thanks so much. And multiple teens are now under arrest after shots were fired near a home in Lebanon. This happened in the Edgewood Drive area last night around 7:15. Police say this red Dodge Challenger crashed into a mailbox on Floral Street about 4 miles away. The passenger was arrested in the car with a semi-automatic rifle in his lap. The driver got out of the car and ran off, but was caught a few minutes later. Thankfully, in all of this, no one was hurt. And new this morning, one person was taken to the hospital after a reported stabbing at the Margaritaville Hotel. Officers were called to that hotel on John Lewis Way in downtown Nashville last night around 10:30. Details so far on what happened are limited, but we're going to have the latest for you on NewsChannel5.com and in our later newscasts. Nearly 500 affordable housing units are coming to East Nashville over the next few years. This is a part of a bigger mixed-use project called the Shelby House that includes a rehab center as well. The project just broke ground yesterday. News Channel 5's Amelia Young joins us live to tell us all about it. Amelia, we're told a local nonprofit is really behind all of these efforts.
Yeah, Rebecca, that's right. Samaritan Recovery Community has called East Nashville home for more than 50 years now, helping far and few between with their addiction and recovery services. And now with a new facility, along with the ability to put people through transitional housing, they are able to extend their reach even farther. Now, Shelby House will tackle the city's ongoing affordable housing crisis and addiction recovery efforts. 195 units will open by fall of next year, which will first be offered to graduates of that recovery program. Then they'll add an additional 300 units. The nonprofit says a stable home and supportive community can make all the difference in a person's life. City Council member Brett Wither says he sees this development serving as a powerful gateway into East Nashville. He believes this project will help maintain affordability along the quickly changing and rapidly gentrifying corridor and will also complement the future redevelopment of the East Bank. Now, several nonprofits recently have called on the city, that includes Stand Up Nashville and the Equity Alliance, to put more affordable housing units in this area where we're going to see all the redevelopment of the East Bank. They say all of that development and rising prices is starting to push out low-income families. Send it back to you in the studio.
All right, a known issue. Amelia, thanks so much. And happening today, lawmakers want to get some money back in your pocket. A bill being taken up today would make it easier to cancel any subscriptions that you signed up for. It works like this. Businesses will have to have a toll-free number, an email address, or a postal address if they directly bill you, or some other kind of easy way to cancel the subscription. If it's all online, it needs to be able to be canceled online, for example. The bill mentions the possibility of going as far as having a formatted email from the business that you can just send back to the company without having to add any extra details. It also mentions if they change the terms of your subscription, they have to tell you how to cancel.
Then the day comes that we want to be unsubscribed, and we find it extremely difficult to do. We may find that there's no link online where we can unsubscribe. We may find that there's a 1-800 number that we're supposed to call and nobody answers.
This could become reality soon. The bill has already passed the House, and if the Senate passes it today, it would go to the governor's desk to sign into law. Well, it's one thing to see those prices rise overnight. It's another to see it happen while you're at the pump. Susan Meltner says she pulled into a station when the sign showed $3.99 a gallon. She put the nozzle in her car and picked her fuel, and suddenly the price jumped to $4.19 yesterday.
It's not fair. I understand rising gas prices, but 20 cents in 5 seconds? That is crazy.
Now, AAA says the increase can be blamed on the rising crude oil prices, which have been volatile for the last several weeks. As long as those prices stay high, so will gas prices. And they continue to climb. Right now, Tennessee's average sits at more than $4 a gallon. One way people are trying to save money is taking public transportation instead. WeGo Public Transportation says what it costs for one tank of gas will get you unlimited bus fare for a month. Clinton Carter moved from California, where gas prices are getting close to $7 a gallon. He says cutting down on gas has helped him explore his new home without breaking the bank.
It's another good way to get around the city without having to be in traffic, without blowing at somebody, without getting your pressure up because somebody cut you off. Just get on the bus.
Yeah, hey, that's a good point, too. WeGo uses the Quick Ticket app, so you can pay for your rides in advance using your phone. And Cole, what I love, if anyone hasn't gone onto their website yet, you can put in your location and your destination, and it'll give you a couple different options of bus routes that you can take.
I didn't know that. Fun fact, technology, crazy stuff. Anyway, let's talk about the traffic this morning. We've been focusing on I-24 eastbound, and there it is right there. You can still see a little bit of that slowdown. I can't show you the crash. That camera's not working, but we do know that it is still there, but it is on the shoulder. It's still causing a little bit of a slowdown here. You can see there's the red to green to orange to red. So There's about 4 miles of touch-and-go traffic, it seems. If you want to avoid that, you can still get off on Briley Parkway. I don't suspect that's staying there much longer, so hopefully we'll be able to clear that pretty soon. And then down in the Rutherford County area, right around that line, you can see here on I-24 east of Old Hickory Boulevard, that camera there on I-24 west. There's this crash. It's also off on the shoulder, but it is also causing a bit of a slowdown, about 4 miles of a slowdown, really. But you can see it picks up in different spots there with the change in the color. But other than that, there's not a lot of other crashes going on, so that's some good news this morning. It is 7:10. Now let's head over to Leland.
All right, thank you much. Right now in Nashville, we are under a fair sky as we begin the morning. Got some morning clouds out there, but still a little sunlight here in downtown Nashville for us. From the Acme Feed and Seed, as we look down on Broadway, things are looking good here on this Thursday morning. Nice little sunshine showing up for the beginning of the day. Now, I've seen a little bit more cloud cover at times over parts of the Clarksville area, but still some nice sunlight getting through from Clarksville. So in the Queen City, it's all looking good there. Check out what's happening on radar in our area. Things look good. As you'll notice now, 43 Nashville. Cookeville reporting in at 37, that number in from the Upper Regional Airport. Back over in Sparta, we've got 40 down toward Columbia, Fayetteville 40, and then 37 for Jackson Dyersburg reporting in at 38. Our weather kit here is ready for the day. This is Braxton Hatcher. Look at that handsome smile there, showing us 39 this morning and then 67 a little later in the day. So things look good today and tomorrow, but tomorrow night, here comes the snow. We'll talk more about that in a moment, but right now, 11 after the hour. Time now for sports.
Wednesday was day one of the SEC men's basketball tournament in Tampa. Game 2 featured the 11-seed Vanderbilt, fresh off their win at Ole Miss to close out the regular season, facing the 14-seed Georgia, who limped into the tourney, having won just one conference game all season. Looked like it might be a game early on. Dogs on the fast break. Aaron Cook to Kerry Okendo on the alley-oop. Georgia within a point, but all Vandy after that. Scottie Pippen Jr., the layup. Commodores up by 20. Late second half, Miles Stute knocks down the three. Doors up 35-14 at the half. Second half, Rodney Chapman back in the lineup and hitting the three ball. They're up 42-21. Later, Jordan Wright, he knocks it down, a triple, and it's 56-25. Everybody getting in on the act last night. Taryn Frank from long range, and this one was a lapper for the Commodores. 86-51 was the final. Georgia shot just 30% from the field. Pippen Jr. finished with 14. Doors advanced to play Alabama later tonight.
This is the first time we've really been whole all season where everybody was healthy. It seemed like when we got a couple guys back, somebody was going out. But this is the team that we envision, and hopefully we can continue to have the defensive effort that we had tonight, and hopefully we'll find enough points to continue to win some games.
2-seed Tennessee won't be in action until tomorrow night's quarterfinals. The Vols will take on the winner of the 10-7 game later today between Mississippi State and South Carolina. UT coach Rick Barnes expecting a tough game from either the Bulldogs or the Gamecocks.
They're both 9-9 in the league now, and they both have had to really fight and scratch like everybody in the league, but I don't think they've changed a whole lot either. Again, what we've looked at the last 2 days, neither one has changed a whole lot with it, but whoever it works out will have to, hopefully we'll be ready.
Titans announced more player signings on Wednesday, coming to terms with defensive tackle Tier Tart, wideout Nick Westbrook-Akina, and backup quarterback Logan Woodside. Each player gets a one-year deal. Tart recorded 21 tackles, including 3 tackles for loss last season. Westbrook-Akina, meanwhile, finished second on the team in receptions with 38 for 476 yards and 4 touchdowns. As for Logan Woodside, he's been Ryan Tannehill's backup the last 2 seasons, and he beat out Matt Barkley last summer at training camp to hold on to his spot. That's a look at sports on News Channel 5 and NewsChannel5.com. I'm John Burton. Have a great Thursday.
Ukraine and Russia's diplomats failed to find a compromise after meeting in Turkey today. Russia ramped up its aggression, attacking a maternity hospital in Mariupol. President Zelensky called that strike a war crime. And the White House is now warning the Kremlin may use biological or chemical warfare and blame it on Ukraine and the U.S. Ukrainian officials are sounding the alarm on the captured Chernobyl power plant, warning it has been disconnected. Nuclear power experts say the threat for a radiation leak is low for now.
These reactors have been turned off for a long time. So they have cooled down. The residual radiation, the residual heat that's generated has decayed away. And as a consequence of that, the reactors are no longer in danger of melting down.
The U.S. estimates 5,000 or 6,000 Russian soldiers have died in the last 2 weeks, but it's difficult to know the true extent of the numbers. Vice President Kamala Harris is set to meet with Poland's president and Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau on how to provide aid for Ukrainians and help all of those refugees. Meanwhile, First Lady Jill Biden met with soldiers' families at Fort Campbell, Kentucky yesterday. Members of the 101st Airborne Division remain in Europe, backing our NATO allies amid Russia's invasion into Ukraine. Biden spoke with nearly every family that came to hear her speak about the struggles families face at home while their loved ones are abroad. It's an experience she knows well. Both her father and her stepson, Beau Biden, served in the U.S. military. For one 6-year-old girl, yesterday was a day she'll remember for the rest of her life, delivering the First Lady a handmade card.
I am a very good artist. Okay. And I really like to draw every day.
My daughter is a proud Army kid, and we're grateful to meet the First Lady, who definitely encourages us to reach out to all the resources available to us.
I know that you and your families, you serve alongside your loved ones.
It was a quick trip. Dr. Biden left Fort Campbell around 7:30 last night, returning home to Washington. But loving seeing all those pictures. And don't you love that little girl's confidence too, Cole?
She said, I'm a very good artist.
I love it.
Her own hype woman. She doesn't need nobody else. She got it. Anyway, let's talk about the traffic. This is I-24 east of Old Hickory Boulevard. You can see that this crash here actually had cleared. This is down in the Rutherford County, right on the line. This was there earlier, but it's cleared, so that's some good news there. And there is still a bit of a slowdown from where it was. You can still see kind of touch and go there for about 4 miles. But the good news is, since it's cleared, it's not going to be there for too much longer, hopefully. And then we are also up here. This is where a crash was on I-24 east. You can see that there's not as much of that slowdown anymore. There is traffic really moving here in the area. It's on the eastbound side there. You can see the cars are really going. I do know that the crash is still there on the shoulder, but thankfully it has not caused as many issues as it was earlier this morning. And then we want to give you a look at the whole map in general. You can see a lot of different colors on the major interstates. That means there are some slowdowns, but thankfully not as many accidents today as we've seen earlier this week. It is 7:20. Let's head over to the desk with Leland and Rebecca.
Cole, thanks so much. And welcome, my friends.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's one of those weeks where there are memes going around. If people aren't talking about gas prices, they're talking about the weather.
I know. Yeah. So we've got the roller coaster we've talked about. So we're up, but the downside, the weak side, is about to happen tomorrow night.
Yeah. So enjoy those warmer temperatures while we still have them.
While we still have them. And when we get cold snaps in March, and we'll get them in March, and there'll probably be a cold snap or two in April.
Sure.
They're quicker, though.
Okay.
All right, so we're talking back to the 60s by next week.
All right, so a little bit of relief.
A little bit of relief. But right now, here in Nashville, temperatures are about where they ought to be for this time of the day. Right now in Nashville, we're starting good. Our weather kit is ready for the day. This is Braxton Hatcher. He's showing us 39 this morning and then 63 as we make our way into the afternoon. But right now there is sky cam, and we've had some morning clouds but seeing a little sunshine, and that is good to see over the Mid-South here as we start the morning out there. And as we go through the day, we'll look for the sunshine to really look good for us with a lot of blue sky into the afternoon. From there, we'll make our way over into the Hopkinsville area and Hoptown. Yeah, a little sunlight your way, some clouds, but that sunlight looking good your way this morning. And similar story as we head over to Lawrenceburg, sun rising your way, and currently it is 40 52 degrees. So here's what's up for us out there. Becoming sunny today, mainly dry today, tonight, and mainly dry for most of tomorrow. There is a rain chance late in the day, but for a lot of you, that's not going to come until after sunset. Then we watch for the rain to snow, and it looks like a narrow band of rain and then snow. Usually we're talking about rain and a narrow band of snow. This time rain, narrow band of it, changing in the snow, and at the rate it's coming down, bringing accumulation. Sunrise today, 6:05, and we'll set at 5:50. We're just a few days away from time change. 8 a.m., 42, at noon, 56, at 3 p.m., right around the 62-degree mark. So highs this afternoon, Nashville 57, Cookeville 59, 58, Crosville, Waynesboro 62, and then 59 back over toward the Camden area. Weekend preview, we got the snow symbol up, but a lot of that will be Friday night. By daybreak Saturday, there may be a little leftover snow, especially in the eastern areas, but the snow part of this is really an overnight setup. By Sunday, upper 40s, low 50s, it is time change weekend. Right now, though, not a whole lot going on. That frontal boundary has been there for a couple of days, but a push of Arctic air will make it move through here tomorrow night. 43 Nashville. We're running up just a little bit warmer than this time yesterday. So there we go with good sunshine for the area today. Meanwhile, tomorrow, here we go in the afternoon, not much. Right at sunset, still not much. So again, a lot of this is after sunset. Narrow band of rain. Here comes the snow moving across the area. And then as we head towards Saturday morning, there you can still see snow showers, but then by daybreak, a lot of it moving out of the mid-south. For today, 62. For tomorrow, 66. 33 on Saturday, and then 53 for you on Sunday.
This is a News Channel 5 update.
Good morning. I'm Rebecca Schleicher. We already have established the Partners in Care program to place mental health clinicians in police cars, and now more federal assistance is on the way to expand it. Right now, that program is being used by officers in just 2 precincts, North and Hermitage. It connects individuals in mental health crises to care and services while ensuring the safety and well-being of community members and first responders. So they'll get some help with that new influx of money. Stick around. Weather and traffic are both coming up next.
5 Live Traffic, Cole Johnson in for Rebecca Schleicher. And while it might not look like it with all the colors, this is a pretty clear traffic map. We just have this one accident. It's on I-24 eastbound, but it is on the shoulder. They are still seeing a little bit of a slowdown really around it, but I don't think it's causing too much issue when it comes to the traffic in general. It's here on the eastbound side. You can see traffic is moving around that area pretty smoothly. I'm not able to access the crash camera there. It's just not loading for us this morning. But good news there. But let's take a look at some drive times for you all as you're heading around. So from Clarksville, you're looking at 47 minutes. From Murfreesboro, 51 minutes. There was an accident really on I-24 by the Rutherford County line. And there's also a 16-minute from Franklin. Now let's head over to Leland.
All right, thank you very much, Cole. Right now in Nashville, a little sunshine over the area. Still some morning clouds out there, but look at this. Here in the Music City, it is 43 and a wind southwest at around 3. Putnam County still have a few more clouds, but those clouds should break as we see from Cheryl Franklin there. Look at Lawrenceburg, nice sunshine and 42. So the numbers are in the 30s, although low 40s for a few spots out there, but Snickers ready to get out and have some fun courtesy of Keith out of the Franklin area. Nice sunshine. Low 60s this afternoon. Your 7-day is on the way.
Pretty warmer. It's kind of crazy. Mic check 1 2 3. Mic check 1 2 3.
Check, 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 check.
Mayor John Cooper wants to make sure that Nashville police officers are equipped to handle mental health calls, and that's why he's very excited about this new federal funding the city just received.
And Representative Jim Cooper has secured almost $5 million to help several community projects here in Nashville. We'll tell you who's getting some help up next.
And tax season is sneaking up on us, but don't worry. We'll tell you a couple different ways you could save a little extra cash this year.
Keeping you safe, informed, connected. This is News Channel 5 This Morning.
Good Thursday morning. All new this morning. A teen with a pretty long criminal rap sheet is now back behind bars. Metro Police say that 17-year-old was seen walking near County Hospital Road and Panorama Drive with a pistol in his waistband Tuesday. When officers approached him, they say he ran off and tossed that gun. He was quickly arrested, though. We're told a check of the gun's serial number shows it was stolen. Since 2016, that teen has been charged with more than 40 offenses, including escaping here from the Davidson County Juvenile Detention Center in November of 2019. And 2 people are dead this morning after a chase leads to a crash in Coffee County. We're told the driver didn't pull over for a traffic stop Wednesday and led police on a brief chase before crashing. The car burst into flames and the driver ran off. Police, however, quickly arrested that driver and then found 2 bodies inside the burnt car. We're told this case is now being investigated as a double homicide. 189 people have died on Tennessee roadways so far this year. And there's been a big push for police departments across the country to be better equipped to handle mental health calls. Nashville Mayor John Cooper heard that cry along with the police department and established the Partners in Care program to place mental health clinicians in police cars. Now more federal assistance is on the way to expand it. News Channel 5's Aaron Cantrell joins us live with details on this. Aaron, since the program first launched in 2021, the city is already reporting really positive results.
Yeah, Rebecca, they report that 41% of people that they encounter that are involved in this program, they are having some sort of mental health crisis. And they say at least 96% of them, they're able to connect them to some sort of services, and less than 4% are actually arrested. Now, there are 2 precincts here in Nashville that currently use this program, the North and Hermitage. Now, this pilot program connects individuals in mental health crisis to care and services while ensuring the safety and well-being of community members and first responders. Now, the program came in handy just this past Tuesday at a standoff between police officers and someone having a mental health crisis on North Crest Drive. Mental health liaison was on scene in this case assisting officers. Now, this is just one example as to why Mayor Cooper is excited about recently being awarded federal technical assistance to support the development of the city's non-law enforcement model of response that will complement the Partners in Care pilot program. Now, the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration Gain Center, they selected Nashville to participate in the Learning Collaborative and Response models. The center will conduct a county-wide strategic plan to develop the service in time for deployment at the end of 2023. So the mayor's office, they're planning to put a committee together to implement this new plan, and he's going to be pulling folks from the previous program to be involved in this new one to make sure it runs smoothly. So, of course, we will continue to follow this and keep you updated. I'll send it back to you all.
All right, Aaron, thanks so much. Well, a bill called the Save Tennessee Students Act wants to make it easier for a student to get help if they're dealing with a crisis. If it passes, districts would have to put the number for the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline and other contact information for at least one other crisis resource onto all student IDs for 6th through 12th graders. This isn't the first time the legislature has tackled suicide prevention. Just a few years ago, in 2019, they approved a recurring $500,000 in state funding that goes to kids and young adult suicide prevention and mental health awareness. The Tennessee Suicide Prevention Network says in 2020, there were 54 suicides in Tennessee for kids aged 10 to 19. That same year, more than 1,200 Tennesseans died by suicide.
So certainly we want to make sure that our students who are in dire distress and who might consider taking their own life to have some resources that are available and to be right at their hands so that they will, realize that there are people there to help them.
That bill is now being taken up by the state Senate today. Several $1 million in funding is coming to 3 North Nashville projects. This is a part of a move by Congress to fund more community projects across the country. And Congressman Jim Cooper secured almost $5 million for us to use locally. News Channel 5's Amelia Young joins us live downtown with the details on the specific projects, Amelia, and where that money is going. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Rebecca. Yeah, this is the first time in a decade that Congress members were able to select specific projects that they had in mind. And Representative Cooper chose 3 area projects here in North Nashville that he hopes will make a difference. American Baptist College, Meharry Medical School, and Jefferson Street Interstate Cap project will split the $4.7 million funds. American Baptist College will use the funds to restore buildings where notable civil rights leaders received their education and also create a complimentary civil rights walking tour of the campus to educate the public about the college's significance and role in the civil rights story. Meharry Medical School will be able to fund a supercomputer cluster of their new School of Applied Computational Sciences, and the rest of the funds will help Metro construct the Jefferson Street Cap and Connector, which is expected to help reconnect North Nashville's community and support revitalization of the historically significant Jefferson Street Commercial District. There's been some recent pushback, though, from the community not in support of that project. Neighbors are concerned they wouldn't be able to afford to live in that area after the project is complete. The spending package must first pass through the Senate before it's on the president's desk to sign into law, though. Send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Amelia, thanks so much for that update. And a new report shows that Americans continue to resign at high rates. The Department of Labor says 4.3 million people quit their jobs in January, just under November's record of 4.5 million. And employers are still struggling to fill positions. Job openings remain at near record levels right now. The senior economic analyst for Bankrate.com says the easiest way for companies to fill positions is to, you guessed it, pay more money. But he also says it's not just money that job seekers want.
They really also want to have flexibility. And one of the top priorities is the opportunity to work remote or work from home.
So the tight job market has been leading to higher paychecks. Wages are up about 5% in the past year. And this morning, we're taking a closer look at the workforce here in Tennessee. According to jobsfortn.gov, nearly 449,000 jobs are open across the state right now. In fact, more than 500 new positions were posted just yesterday. Tennessee's unemployment rate sits at just under 4%, which is down more than a percentage point from where we were this time last year. And for some, money isn't the only motivator when accepting a new job. Several studies indicate money's not motivating millennials and Gen Xers like it did with baby boomers. Recent data from the Atlanta Fed says a small pay increase is about half as likely to attract younger generations to the workforce. For hiring managers, this means a shift in mentality.
The leader of the future is going to have to be agile and flexible. They're going to have to communicate well and often. And so if your solution is to throw money, then you're going to be standing there wondering what the heck's going on, because you're not going to get the response you want.
Yeah, that flexible word, one we keep hearing. Experts say there are a couple things everyone should look at when thinking about the next step in their career. Ask yourself, what do you value? Are you looking for a better work-life balance, a hybrid work arrangement, or something that will challenge you as a professional? Decide what that is and then go for it. The good news this year, Tax Day falls on a holiday. Emancipation Day is observed in the District of Columbia, which means the IRS can't require tax returns to be filed on April 15th. However, they still have to be filed at some time. This year, it's April 18th. Consumer reporter John Matarese might be able to save you a little cash, though, as he uncovers a few tax credits so you don't waste your money.
The rush is on here at Liberty Tax and other tax preparers right now. Customers like Alex Trejo, just starting his own small business, are trying to find all the tax breaks they can.
I gotta figure out what I gotta do. How am I going to get this done? How much do I have to pay? All that stuff is it's overwhelming.
Franchise owner Gina Pinto says a professional can find a lot of credits people miss on their own.
There's a lot of new credits this year, and if they do it at home, they will not be aware of these changes.
Tax season is always confusing, but preparers tell us that this year is a little more confusing than others because of all the stimulus and credits that have been going out during the pandemic.
If somebody didn't get the stimulus, they have to file a tax return.
Gina says many of her clients don't realize they can get a credit for stimulus checks if you didn't get the full amount, child tax credits if you were shortchanged, charitable contributions. You can now claim up to $300 again, even if you take the standard deduction. The dependent care credit, which was just expanded to up to $8,000 for daycare, and the earned income credit, which the IRS says 25% of people fail to claim because they don't know what it is. Finally, PC Mag's financial writer Kathy Yackel says if you built a home office during the pandemic, you might qualify for a deduction, but
declaring part of your home as a home office, that's a really tricky deduction. You have to use one portion of your home strictly for business.
And if you're a W-2 employee working remotely last year, you may not qualify. So consult a tax pro like Alex Trejo is doing so you don't waste your money. I'm John Matarese.
Time for 5 Live Traffic. Cole Johnson and for Rebecca Schleicher today. We're looking at I-40 and I-65 West Loop. Look at everybody getting to where they need to go this morning. No big issues here. Really no big issues in terms of crashes on any of our major roadways at 740 this morning. So that's some good news. This is down at I-24 at Rocky Fork Road, kind of in the Smyrna area, if you will. You can see traffic moving along quite nicely there. We also want to show you the crash map. Like I said, not a lot of crashes on our major roadways. There is these normal slowdowns that we see. I'm going to check these out just to see what we're seeing in terms of why they're slowing down. It could just be the generic traffic. That happens. We know we're in a big city or in a large city, and that happens. So we also want to give you a quick shot of some drive times this morning. 22 from Madison, Antioch, 17 minutes, and Brentwood, 12 minutes. It is 7:41. Now let's go over to Leland.
All right, Cole, thank you much. Right now in Nashville, We are under a sunny sky. We're loving seeing that sunshine right now. Check out the view from Tennessee's tallest building. That's the Batman building, overlooking currently the Tennessee's tallest residential building. The black one there is the 505 building. Right now in the Music City, we've got a current reading of 43 degrees. So it is a bit on the chilly side for us as we start the morning, but here's a look at what's happening right now with the clouds. There were some clouds that rolled through overnight, but if you were paying attention yesterday, that's not a surprise, because we talked about the fact that as the clouds decreased yesterday afternoon, a few more clouds would roll in overnight. So there they are. Those are going to move on out of here, and that will give you a lot of sunshine today. Right now, 43 Nashville, 34 Bowling Green, 41 out of the River City, back over in K-Town, 44, and the Rocket City, 39, and down in Atlanta, they're starting the morning at 43. Those numbers here in the metro area are running just a little bit above where we were at this time yesterday. Nice, quiet, tranquil weather this morning. Big changes on the way for tomorrow night. More on that coming up for you in just a few minutes, but right now we're about 17 minutes before the top of the hour.
All right. Thanks so much, Leland. We've got some big news as we move into, yes, the third year of the coronavirus pandemic. We are seeing major improvements as case numbers across the state continue to fall. We have new data from the State Department of Health. It came in just yesterday showing that fewer than 1,000 cases were confirmed each day last week. Just 2 months ago, you may remember, more than 9,100 cases were being confirmed every day. So that's a decline of more than 89%. And one tool we have, of course, to fight the virus is the vaccine. Nearly 60% of Tennesseans have gotten their first dose. Just under 53% have had both, and around 21% have gotten the booster shot as well. The pandemic rocked many supply chains, including one you've probably noticed, the food supply. One local farmer pushed through the pandemic and eventually opened a butcher shop market. News Channel 5's Claire Kopsky takes us to Robertson County to meet the owner.
It's just the greatest lifestyle you can have.
Justin Head is an organic farmer 45 minutes north of Nashville.
I grew up on a farm here in Cedar Hill, Tennessee. I've always been here and I've always farmed with my dad and my granddad.
He raises the grain that feeds his cattle, chickens, and hogs. And when the time comes, he takes their meat to his butcher shop, Smokin' Oaks, on 8th Avenue in Nashville, where customers can buy it right off the butcher block.
Our big thing is clean food, and our big thing is truth in what we say and traceability in our product. It's not being shipped from who knows where. It doesn't have additives in it. It's who knows what and ingredients that you can't read. Just good, clean, whole food that's straight from the farm.
The pandemic put a spotlight on the meat supply chain with inflated meat prices at the grocery store, while there were still plenty of livestock on meat farms.
It's obviously very challenging every time that something changes in the supply line. When you have someone farming it, someone processing it, someone feeding it out, and then another person selling it, you're always dependent on the next person to take that step for you.
Justin says he's sadly watched dozens of his neighbors and farming friends close their gates the past few years. But because his farm does everything in-house, they didn't experience that disruption and were able to stay afloat while keeping prices the same.
On the farm, when you get rid of your crops or your animals to a larger company, you don't know exactly where that is going, and you don't know exactly how that's being handled. So I felt the need to take the animals from birth to finish and to have the finished product and to take that to the consumer.
An effort to provide clean, local food to Middle Tennessee.
You have your mechanic and your doctor and your dentist, so why not have your local farmer and know exactly where your food comes from?
In Nashville, Claire Kopsky, News Channel 5.
And you may recognize Smokin' Oaks from local farmers markets and their food truck around town. To learn more about what they offer, click on this story on our website, newschannel5.com. Take a look at this. A cow loose on an LA freeway. Still ahead, how crews managed to wrangle that cow back to safety. Ooh, slow traffic.
Join the conversation. Connect with News Channel 5 on Facebook.
We have an update now to breaking news that we've been following overnight. Clarksville police tell us a teenage girl was injured in a shooting on Raintree Court. This happened just before midnight. Police responded to a shots fired call, and when they arrived, they found that girl injured in her back passenger seat of a car. Witnesses said someone from a red car with black rims shot at that vehicle. The girl was flown to a hospital here in Nashville. No word yet on her condition this morning. And animals in shelters often have pretty unique and sometimes heartbreaking stories. And the people who rescued this one cat say they have a message for those who used to abuse him. This is Scooter. True Rescue in Mount Juliet posted these photos to Facebook saying that 2 women previously hurt Scooter on purpose. But his guardian angel came along, rescuing him from a tough situation. He is now thriving, and he is waiting for his forever family to adopt him. The post, written on Scooter's behalf, ended by saying, "Though my future is unknown, my here and now is peaceful." Can't wait for him to find a forever home. Well, seeing a cow, rare enough sight in Los Angeles, not here in Tennessee. But seeing one lose on the freeway, that's a whole different ballgame. Take a look at this. The cow was zigzagging between cars and at one point was even trying to go into a building. Crews finally penned that cow in a parking lot, but not so fast. He escaped by climbing some stairs and went right back to the road. The cow was finally lassoed in a yard, and then he was released in a pen a short time later. I mean, pulling out all the stops.
They're just trying to ruin his good time.
I know.
He's ducking and weaving.
LA traffic is bad enough.
I mean, you could just imagine it weaving through. It literally looks like you could just drop him right there, and it would be the exact same shot. That's so funny. Anyway, let's talk about our traffic. Thankfully, we don't have any cows running around in our area, but we do have some slowdowns. This is I-40 west of American Road. You can see things are moving a little touch and go there. There doesn't seem to be an accident or anything. It's just how it is this time of the morning. And then on the other side of town, also on I-40, this just popped up on this camera that I picked, so must have been a good choice for me to be able to tell you guys about this. This is I-40 west of Central Pike. You can see there's something going on the shoulder there. It is just causing that slowdown, but doesn't seem to be causing any other traffic issues with it being actually in the lane. And here's a look at the traffic map. We have a lot of just smaller crashes popping up here. There's this one down on Murfreesboro Pike in this area, and then we have one here just right by outside of Brentwood. These are all on small roads except for that Murfreesboro Pike one, and then we just have the regular slowdowns. And Leland, we're going to send it over to you.
All right, thank you much. Right now in Nashville, all is looking good for today, tonight, tomorrow. Tomorrow night? That's different. I'll show you what is happening right now. This is a look at what is up for you today, becoming mostly sunny. That's already happening for a lot of you, but still becoming sunny in the eastern areas. We're mainly dry day side. Emphasis day side tomorrow. Tomorrow night, the rain changing over into snow. And right now, it does look like that band of rain will be narrow before it changes over into snow. But partly cloudy conditions for us for this morning. Mostly sunny at noon, 62 at 3 o'clock. So here in Nashville today, upper 50s, low 60s. You're still maybe only in the 50s out of Bowling Green, Lafayette, Cookeville, and then back over into the Crossville area. Heading into the weekend, a lot of this snow is overnight Friday into Saturday morning. I think by sunrise Saturday, a lot of it's done. There may be some leftover snowflakes into the eastern areas, but right now, not a whole lot going on, but there's some of that snow waiting on a greater push of that colder air to make it into our area. So right now, radar looks good. Temps are in good shape for us to begin the morning. So we'll run exact track for the morning hours. Notice the morning clouds giving way to a lot of sunshine. So now let's jump ahead into Friday to talk about what you want to know more about. Here we go, midday tomorrow. Look at that. Most of you good. A lot of sunshine in Nashville. Clouds increasing in the afternoon. We'll stop this at 5:45. There may be some spotty showers, but there is the snow back over in Kentucky. So here we go by 9 o'clock. Look at that moving into the area. By 10 o'clock, areas of snow. As we head toward the midnight hours, still snow. Heading into the early morning hours. Here we go just before daybreak on Saturday. What's left of it is in the eastern areas and then pulling on out, but leaving us with a rather cold day. Here now your 7-day forecast. We're back into the 60s by next week. All right, looking good today. Snow arriving tomorrow night.
And we have this big crash on I-24 west by Hickory Hollow, so just a heads up for that.
Ooh, that'll be tough for folks coming up from Rutherford County. All right, thanks so much for joining us today. Have a great rest of your day and a nice afternoon.
Mic check, Nickety, mic check.
The sunshine is headed back into our direction along with temperatures topping out in the low 60s. Tomorrow, another lovely start to the day. We'll be right around that mid 30 degree mark by the afternoon, 66. Yeah, it's going to be warm, but not for long. As we head throughout the day, clouds increase. That's ahead of our next system. We'll see some rain showers by evening that will quickly transition into some winter weather. And we are talking snow. It is going to get very cold. Highs on Saturday feeling as if they're staying in the widespread 20s.
From the News Channel 5 network, I'm Rebecca Schleicher with your morning headlines. Several $1 million will help fund 3 North Nashville projects. This is part of a move by Congress to fund more community projects by allowing members to select where the money goes. Congressman Jim Cooper secured almost $5 million and will send it to American Baptist College, Meharry Medical School, and the Jefferson Street Interstate CAP project to be split. And crews broke ground on nearly 500 affordable housing units slated for East Nashville. This is part of a bigger mixed-use project called Shelby House that also includes a rehab center. 195 units will be open by fall of next year, and graduates of the recovery program will get first priority. Then nearly 300 more units will open. And more federal assistance is on the way to expand a police program to help people during a mental health crisis here in Nashville. Right now, the program is being used by officers in just 2 precincts, North and Hermitage. It connects individuals in mental health crisis to care and services while ensuring the safety and well-being of community members and first responders. Now let's get a check of the forecast. Heading over to Leland. Good morning to you.
All right, good morning. Around the Mid-South today, looking good. Yeah, we're talking about some snow for tomorrow night. Today, though, no worries with that. Here's how things play out for us on Exact Track. Morning clouds that were in part of the area giving way to a lot of sunshine. That sunshine will help warm us up into the upper 50s to low 60s, about where we ought to be for today. Meanwhile, overnight, mainly clear skies. Let's take Exact Track now and go through tomorrow. I think a lot of you will be dry by dayside tomorrow. It's tomorrow night when the snow begins to move across the area. With that, some accumulations are possible by the time you wake up on Saturday morning. Now, by Saturday morning, there we go. Just before 6 a.m., a lot of the snow is out of here, and then by midday, there may be flurries behind it, but the key story, the cold air that will be in place. So for a lot of you, yeah, an inch or two is a possibility. Those amounts could be up to 3 inches in some of the higher elevations of the upper Cumberland and in parts of south central Kentucky. Your 7-day forecast. 62 today, 66 tomorrow. After a cold Saturday, we're back into the 60s by Monday and Tuesday.
Little cool of a start out there this morning, but it is definitely not as cold as where we're headed this weekend. Today, tomorrow, enjoy the sunshine. Temperatures this afternoon will top out in the 60s. Tomorrow, mostly clear skies to start off. The clouds will slowly increase throughout the day as temperatures climb into the mid to upper 60s. So as far as the daytime hours, we're looking to be on the drier end. But as we make our way around bedtime, especially areas north and west, so 7, 8, 9 o'clock, that's when our system's going to move in. Ahead of it, we'll see a few rain showers, but then, of course, that cold air sneaks up to it, and that is going to quickly shift the rain into winter weather. Yes, we're talking snowfall as we make our way overnight Friday into Saturday. As far as the totals, we're actually looking for some accumulation, right around 1 to 2 inches. Obviously, everything that falls will not all stick, but we will see some melting that cools the air around it, and we're going to stay very cold Saturday. Temperatures will feel like they're in the 20s all afternoon long.
This is a News Channel 5 update.
Good Thursday morning, everyone. I'm Rebecca Schleicher. 3 North Nashville projects will get millions of dollars in federal funding. This is part of a move by Congress to fund more community projects and let members select which ones. Congressman Jim Cooper secured almost $5 million to split between American Baptist College, Meharry Medical School, and the Jefferson Street Interstate CAP project. And the Save Tennessee Students Act would make it easier for a student to get help in a crisis. If it passes, districts would have to put the number for the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline and at least one other crisis resource onto student IDs for 6th through 12th graders. Stick around. We've got a check of the forecast and traffic, both coming up after the break.
Time for 5 Live traffic. This is I-24 at Hickory Hollow Parkway. You can see that there's a situation going on on the shoulder there, and not a lot of people are getting that lane, and it is causing a pretty significant slowdown this morning. It's around 8:27. There was more of a slowdown following down on this camera here. This is east of Hickory Hollow Parkway, but it seems to have sped up a little bit since it's moved over, so that is some good news here. But there is still a significant impact on drive time. Thankfully, Antioch drivers, you guys are in the clear. That's only 10 minutes. Smyrna, 63 minutes, and then Murfreesboro 78 minutes, which is going to be a bit of a headache this morning. And we also have some new crashes that I didn't get a chance to plot. There was one at the 1700 block of Gallatin Pike, and then one on exit 5 of I-440 westbound, and another one at I-24 west at 60. Actually, that was one I just mentioned. So those are really what's going on here, but let's send it over to Nikki D.
Thanks so much, Cole. And we are looking at a day that is going to be bright and beautiful despite the cool start, with temperatures right now in the 30s and 40s across the board. But we are quickly warming up. We're going to have temperatures today in the 60s as well as tomorrow, but tomorrow night. So the daytime Friday looks to be dry. It's going to be overnight. We are going to have winter weather moving in. There's a lot of moisture and there's an Arctic blast. Looking to have 1 to 2 inches. A few spots could be closer to 3. On the flip side of this, things are going to clear out Saturday, but it's going to be brutally cold, with afternoon temperatures feeling as if they're in the 20s all day long. Sunday, a hard freeze, and then by the afternoon, things start to melt. We'll have 50s on the horizon with a slim chance of showers late Monday into Tuesday.
Nashville.
I can. How are you guys? Sounds good. Well, this is good as I'm going to get. Sorry.
Hi, Ellen. How you doing? It's Leland.
Hey, my friend. How are you?
I am great. You doing all right?
I am good. You'll find this funny. This morning, Scott said to me, "You have really big hair. Are you trying to outdo Dolly?" And I'm like, "No, it's just big hair day."
Well, you look good, my friend. And Scott doing all right?
He's doing good. He's mean as ever. You know him. He is glad that I think he's glad he doesn't have to do any work with me this weekend because, it's going to be a little chilly on Saturday. But you know what? We're ready for it. We are ready. I got my long johns. I got an extra fleece. I've got 2 pairs of gloves. I'm ready to go.
So actual opening day is when? Tomorrow or Saturday?
So as you know from living here, it's a little confusing. So tomorrow is our sneak preview for season pass holders. And then our actual grand opening day is Saturday.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, they can be up there. A little snow on the mountain will look good.
What?
That being up there, that little snow on the mountain, it'll look good for the beginning of spring break for a lot of them.
Exactly. Do you need me to look straight ahead or up at my camera?
I think the way you're looking is fine. Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. How are you doing? What are you all? Spring break, is spring break next week there in most of Nashville?
Yeah, now some schools and colleges were out this week, like Wilson County, the Lebanon area, I think they were out this week. Metro Nashville is out next week.
Next week.
Yeah, but we're just, because we're hoping, we'll see what happens. We're hoping that our cruise is back on this year, so we're just being low key.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I hope so. I know I've got some really good friends that live in Mount Juliet, and they're on spring break this week.
Okay.
Yeah. I was like, she called me last Friday. I was like, what are you doing? She goes, driving to Panama City. I'm like, why? She was like, it's spring break next week. I'm like, wow, that is early.
It really is, yeah.
But hey, it's always a good time for spring break. That's my motto.
Spring is almost here, so that means Dollywood opens for its, get this, 37th season this weekend. Here to tell us more about all the fun things you can do at the Smoky Mountain favorite is Ellen Liston. Ellen, good to have you back here on Talk of the Town. And I was in Knoxville and up that way 37 years ago when it opened. Can you believe that we've come so many seasons?
I know it seems like just yesterday, but I think every year it kind of gets bigger and better, and not just in the sense of the attractions and the rides and the shows, but just in the sense of a great place for families to be together and make great memories and just enjoy that time together doing something fun. In this day we're living in, that I think that's probably the most important thing that Dollywood does is provide that atmosphere just for togetherness and fun.
So as you get ready for opening weekend, what are you excited about?
I think I'm most excited about just everything that makes Dollywood Dollywood. I love when I get to hear the sound of the Dollywood Express train. I love the sound of the whoosh of the rides at especially Wild Eagle and Lightning Rod and Thunder Express, all the fun that there is to have. And then I guess I probably should admit that my favorite thing is the bakery and the cinnamon bread. And Leland, we agree on those kind of things.
Oh, definitely.
I think that one of the exciting things is like what I like, if it's totally different from what you like and we're traveling together, we each get to, whether your tastes are wild with our kind of wild rides or mild like me with wanting to see shows and ride on the Dollywood Express train. There's something for everybody, and that's what makes it such a great experience for families or friends that are coming for a Smoky Mountain getaway together.
So as we get ready for this new season, anything different this spring or for the upcoming summer?
Well, when we open our award-winning Flower and Food Festival at the end of April, and I'm so proud to say award-winning because it won the inaugural New Food Festival Award from our industry association. It's called the Brass Ring. It's kind of like our Oscars. Lots of new things. In the flower department of that festival, it has 500,000 blooms. We've added some new mosaic sculptures, including a beekeeper and his honeybees in a hive, all done in flowers. It's going to be spectacular. And if you want to see a bear at Dollywood, our flower bear is the way to go. And all new food options at the food part of Flower and Food, including we're bringing back our dining pass so you can sample a little bit of your favorites and then you can go back and get a full portion of what you liked best. That comes up in late April through the 1st of June. And then in mid-June, our Smoky Mountain Summer Celebration, the Gazillion Bubble Show is back. Literally the best part of summer when you get to see all those bubbles.
All right, lots of great stuff. Always love coming up there and seeing all the cool things. And if you haven't been in a few years, boy, you always keep getting better with the attractions. But thank you for being with us today.
Thank you.
You can learn more and buy tickets online at Dollywood.com. All right, Ellen, thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Let me know when you can come and play.
All right, super.
I'm going to try to stay warm this weekend, but I'll be thinking of you.
All right, thank you, and y'all have a great
Thanks,
opening
guys.
weekend.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh. Is it real? Yes, I am. Oh my gosh, it's awful. Oh, you know he's going to be. Did somebody rear end him or what?
Somebody ran a red light, right?
I think it is. We're to hear this fun conversation with Clint Black and Tim McGraw Friday at 11.
Where to see this beautiful artwork and learn the history of the artist behind. Don't tell me I'm going to start this again today. I don't know why I cannot read anymore. Where to see this beautiful artwork and learn the artist's inspiring stories. Plus, where to hear this fun conversation with Clint Black and Tim McGraw Friday at 11. Today on Talk of the Town, country star Clint Black is catching up with Tim McGraw on a new season of his podcast, Talking in Circles. Clint previews this fun conversation about everything from music to acting and Tim's hit show, 1883. Then Sammy Cohen has some surprising facts about the things we miss when we're spring cleaning. See where the hidden germs lie and what to do about them. Plus, the Frisch Museum has 2 new exhibits that celebrate art teachers. You'll be inspired by their stories and their artwork Friday at 11. Friday on Talk of the Town, country star Clint Black is catching up with Tim McGraw on the new season of his new podcast, Talking in Circles.
Clint previews this fun conversation about everything from music to acting and Tim's hit show, 1883.
Then Sammy Cohen has some surprising facts about the things we miss when we're spring cleaning. See where the hidden germs lie and what to do about them.
Plus, the Frisch Museum has 2 new exhibits that celebrate art teachers.
You'll be inspired by their stories and their artwork Friday at 11. Back down and work a little bit. It's Friday, isn't it? Good for you.
From the Channel 5 network, this is Talk of the Town.
Stayed the same with all of that? Uh-huh.
It seems that the directors a lot of times will distribute their stress as yeah, but I heard the whole conversation about the ticker was going on, but I was not involved in it.
Okay.
And I assumed that you guys were having the hub pulled out, which, you know, maybe he didn't say the right things to them, you know, because they had pulled it out before.
It's not fair. You know, I understand rising gas prices, but 20 cents in 5 seconds? That is crazy.
Sometimes termage gets off, and they don't understand, but one time we had issues.
It's been a favorite spot in Hendersonville for more than half a century. And Mary Hance, Miss Cheap, says this is a great place for a cheap lunch.
Well, we're at Centerpoint Barbecue, and this is one of my favorite places. You can get a great lunch for under $10, and when you walk in, I wish people could smell.
Yeah. So, and it may have been just who was in this morning, because the person I talked to, I said, I need to, can you all pull the ticker out? And he then yelled over.
This portion of Talk of the Town is sponsored by Merck Animal Health, makers of Brevecto. This portion of Talk of the Town is sponsored by Electronic Express.
We can just give you flash. We can.
When we started with this project, it was to do something that hadn't been done.
Like camera and flash. Yeah. So I can put camera and flash, and we've got a host of other things that we can put in flash. Yeah.
This is what veterinarians
You gotta go to your
show.
vet.
Is self-contained, then most services will
Okay.
right? Or get a hotel or where you need to go. You got to go bag, you got to go crate for your pet.
Okay. So it needs to be not the crate that you use every day, right?
It can be.
It could
as
be,
long
and you
as
just
you've
have
got,
all your junk
as
in a
long as
bag
you
that
got
you can
stuff.
throw in.
Yeah, you know what you've got, and you've got you got a bag where it's set up that you just throw into the crate.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah. That's good. This is really, really helpful.
Thank you, sir. How are you, by the way?
I'm doing great.
I gotcha.
Based on what NWS is saying, I continue to say some of that is facts. Because they're just recently updated.
Are you excited about vacation?
But they're
That I'm helping sell right now.
Wow.
So.
Next on Talk of the Town, the new push to place mental health experts in more metro.
Also coming up on today's show, you can get a cheap lunch and a bit of history at the same time. Miss Cheap takes us to one of Hendersonville's favorite spots.
Plus, do you have a plan for your pet in case of fire, tornado, or other emergency? Our vet tells how to be prepared.
From the News Channel 5 network, this is Talk of the Town.
Hi, everyone. I'm Leland Statham.
And I'm Meryl Rose. It's so great to see you for today's Talk of the Town. Glad you're here.
Yeah, thank you for being with us on a beautiful day.
Isn't it fantastic?
Uh-huh.
Who would know what's coming just looking out the window today?
Yeah, because we're talking 60s this afternoon. We're talking between 65 and 70 tomorrow afternoon.
And then?
Tomorrow night, low rain comes in, and then that rain changing over into some of the snow.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. All right, let's show you what is up right now. This is the scene here on SkyCam. Right now in Nashville, we've got beautiful sunshine around the area. Looking good. Now, temperatures were on the chilly side as we started the morning. Right now at Nashville International, they're up to 55 and a wind northeast at around 6 miles per hour. From Lawrenceburg, you are 54 at the current time. You had a morning low of 39, so it was chilly, but temperatures about where we should be for the morning low and going into the afternoon high. Hopkinsville, you are 53 now, but you were down to 36 earlier. On radar, nothing going on. Did have some clouds out there earlier this morning, but those clouds have started to pull on out, leaving you with a lot of sunshine into the afternoon. 51 Dixon, 53 out of the Murfreesboro area. So highs upper 50s and low 60s for you for today. Tonight, 38. Tomorrow, look at that, 66. But let's take exact track and move it through tomorrow. Now, I think a lot of you will be dry tomorrow. Sunshine in the morning, clouds on the increase during the afternoon. But here's the model showing some of the rain moving in and then some of that rain changing over in the snow. Now, one of the things that we'll look at is the timing on the snow. How quickly will it come in? How slow will it come in? So we'll keep an eye on that for tomorrow. But with this setup, a Storm 5 alert may be needed for tomorrow night to guide you through this into the early morning hours of Saturday. So there we go after midnight Saturday. Now, by sunrise Saturday, a lot of this is out of here. Maybe still some flurries left in Nashville, maybe a little bit of snow up on the plateau, but then that quickly pulls out, but it's just going to be downright cold. So how much snow is on the way? On average right now, it could be 1 to 2. Now, we'll still fine tune and play with these numbers, but you get to the higher elevations, 2 to 3 inches. Now, for a lot of you, 1 to 2 inches may cause some minor impacts out there with the ground being warm and the roads being warm. But with this snow happening at night, there could be some issues out there, especially at sunrise on Saturday. But then we're looking for a quick rebound, upper 40s to low 50s by Sunday afternoon. We'll talk more about some 70-degree weather possible for next week in our extended in a moment. But right now, Rebecca is in for Vicky with a check of your news headlines. Good morning.
Good morning, Leland. Thanks so much. It's been a year now since Nashville established the Partners in Care program to place mental health experts in police cars. Now more federal assistance will help expand it. So far, the program has been used by officers in the North and Hermitage precincts. People having a mental health crisis get connected to care and services while clinicians work for safer outcomes for both the person and the officers involved. And we have breaking news right now. A man's body was found off Dedrick Street this morning in downtown Nashville. Metro Police say that victim was shot multiple times and found at Citizens Plaza. They're looking at surveillance video from businesses and nearby buildings to try and help with that investigation. And First Lady Jill Biden met with families of deployed soldiers on Fort Campbell yesterday. Members of the 101st Airborne Division remain in Europe, backing our NATO allies amid Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Dr. Biden met with nearly every family that came to hear her speak about the struggles they face at home while their loved ones are abroad. It's an experience she knows personally. Both her father and her stepson, Beau Biden, served in the U.S. military. And it's one thing to see gas prices rise week to week or even overnight. It's another to see it happen while you're at the pump. Susan Meltner says she pulled into a station when the sign showed $3.99 a gallon. She put the nozzle in her car, picked her fuel, and suddenly the price jumped to $4.19.
It's not fair. You know, I understand rising gas prices, but 20 cents in 5 seconds? That is crazy.
AAA says the recent increase can be blamed on rising crude oil prices, which have been volatile for the last several weeks now. As long as those prices stay high, so will gas prices. Get your news headlines 24 hours a day on the News Channel 5 app on your favorite streaming device. Now let's head over to Merrill and Miss Cheap.
It's been a favorite spot in Hendersonville for more than half a century. And Mary Hance, Miss Cheap, says this is a great place for a cheap lunch.
Well, we're at Centerpoint Barbecue, and this is one of my favorite places. You can get a great lunch for under $10. And when you walk in, I wish people could smell how good it smells in here.
It smells great, and it's full of atmosphere, too.
It's definitely full of atmosphere. You need to look around at the signs and at the pictures.
This is a great-looking menu.
It's a lot of things on the menu. But
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay.
This is Nick, who is the son of the owner, and he's going to take our order. But tell me about the Three Little Pigs.
Oh, Three Little Pigs. It's minced barbecue on 3 little sliders. Really popular item. It's been here since USA Water, because it's been here a long time.
Okay.
That's exactly what I want.
Okay, good. Do you get sides with that?
You don't get a side with that, but I'm going to splurge and get the fried green tomato appetizer.
Absolutely.
That sounds good. I'm going to have the barbecue plate. How's the spicy red slaw?
It looks nice. It's got a little kick, a little crunch to it.
Good. I like
really
that.
Popular if you like spicy things.
I do.
It's not too hot. It's not going to kill you.
Okay, good. I'll have that and the seasoned turnip greens.
Absolutely.
And I got to drink water because I'm with Miss Cheap.
Water for me.
Water's always good.
Sounds
Hydrate
good.
up.
Thanks, Nick. This place has a fascinating history.
Well, it does. It's been here since 1955 or 1965, depending on how you calculate it. But it's definitely been a barbecue place in Hendersonville for a long time. It may be the oldest restaurant in Hendersonville. But there's so many things to like about it. The pictures on the wall we mentioned a minute ago, but the owner, Robert Duke, he says that that every picture that person has been in the restaurant or has gotten a catering order or something shipped to them.
So Elvis has been here?
Elvis has been here. Tons of country music people, even George and Barbara Bush, but they got the pork rinds shipped to them. They didn't actually come. But another thing that I think people really like about this is that the owner, Robert, says that no cans. They don't use any cans here, that everything is fresh. They make the potato salad from scratch. Everything is from scratch. So I think people like that, and it's a down-home kind of place.
Oh, this looks so good.
Three Little Pigs.
Can you eat all that?
I don't think so. But there's 6 different kinds of sauce here, too. And this is the Big Bad Wolf sauce, which I think they say is the most popular.
Yeah,
and
the Big Bad Wolf sauce.
The Big Bad Wolf sandwich is like a ½ pound of barbecue pork meat. I mean, look at that.
Of course, I'm always going for the hot sauce. This one is called the Burning Bush Hot Barbecue Sauce.
Well, let's see how that is. Let's see if it wakes you up there.
I'm always going for the hot stuff.
How hot is it?
It's habanero, and it's hot. It's good though. That is great flavor.
That's delicious. And this is the Miss Cheap special because this lunch is $6. So
$6. Wow.
$6 for this sandwich, and that's without getting the fried green tomatoes.
But totally worth it.
Great deal. I mean, that's more than I can eat for sure.
All right. So where do we find Centerpoint Barbecue?
Well, it's in Sumner County in Hendersonville, and it's just across the line from Davidson County. It's the first business you come to, really, as you come into Sumner County. It's open. It's just one of the best places for lunch and for dinner and for catering and for pickup, takeout food.
I love it. Well, I'll tell you what, this is one of our best cheap lunches. First one of 2022. It's going to be hard to beat.
I know it is, but if we need to know about other places, if viewers want to tell us about it.
Yeah, if you have a favorite, let us know. You can just email me at the station or find Miss Cheap at Main Street Media. Harry, thanks so much. This is delicious.
Stay cheap.
Still to come on Talk of the Town, how to make sure your furry family members are safe in an emergency. Then, big things are happening in Pigeon Forge as Dollywood opens for the new season. Find out what's new.
Hello. Can you count to 10 for them?
No, I can't count. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
This portion of Talk of the Town is sponsored by Merck Animal Health, makers of Brevecto.
As you get ready for spring, don't forget to prepare for major springtime weather events. Your family needs an emergency disaster plan, and that needs to include your pets. Veterinarian Craig Pryor is here now to talk more about that. You know, we all want to take care of our pets, obviously, but a lot of people don't do this in advance.
Correct. And then at the last minute, they're like, it's the number one reason people don't go to the shelters is because they can't take their animals with them.
Wow.
And they're not, either shelters won't take them or they're not prepared to take them. But if you are prepared, a lot of shelters may.
Okay.
Or you can then get to a hotel, or you can just go where you are because you're self-contained. So you want a size appropriate crate. So this is not Moo sized appropriate, it's just appropriate for coming in today.
Right.
But I'm going to pack everything in here.
Okay.
So it's my go bag for my pet, or my go crate for my pet. First thing, you're going to have your name and your phone number on this.
Okay.
So that's all there. So
All
that's that, and I got a blanket in there, so it's all ready for her to sleep in there.
Good to go.
Okay. Then the most important thing we can do for your pet is that your pet needs to have identification. So yes, Moo has a collar and a tag, but they come off, they get lost, pets get misplaced. So you want to have your pet microchip. So Moo has a home again microchip. And so if we can look at this, the microchip is the size of a grain of rice. It's actually injected beneath the skin of the shoulder blades of the pet. It's permanent, can't ever be altered or removed. And then shelters have these, veterinarians have these. These are a scanner. So when we scan the pet, I turn this on and I search Moo, and boom, we have an ID number. They call it 800 number, and they identify who the pet is and who it belongs to, and you can get reunited. And there's thousands of pets get reunited every year because of this technology.
That's
it's
right.
just wonderful.
So that's something you need to do with your vet ahead of time.
Yes, absolutely.
All right.
So I have a copy of Moo's medical records. Okay, so you can actually stick this inside your crate or on top of the crate. So there's medical records there. Medical records are also on my phone as well.
Smart.
Okay, I have a photo of me with my pet on my phone. So if someone says, that's my pet, no, it's not. Look, this is us. This is my pet.
Good.
I have a leash, and I like this one because it's just a slip noose leash. So if the collar comes off, it's still usable. Okay. She's got to have her comfort toy. So we have her tennis ball. She is so ball motivated, it makes her happy. So Moo gets to keep her ball. It makes her feel comfortable wherever she is. I've got pee pads, which can be used for obviously what they call, but also just for, cleaning up things like this. I got some gloves if I need them. Hey, don't forget your waste bags. And I got wipies, because wipies are one of the handiest things you can have, especially when you have a pet. They get really stressed out when they go into shelters type situations, change everything, especially when you've got a major tornado or something going on. So they make a Daptil for dogs. It's a pheromone. It's a calming pheromone. They also have one for cats called Feel Away. So I'm going to spritz inside the crate or where I'm going to be, and it just creates calming pheromones for them. I'm going to have some treats just to make things fun. I'm going to have a supply of her medication with me. I'm also going to have her parasiticides with me, because this is important, because parasites, they tend to be even worse after natural disasters as well. So you've got to make sure you keep them on that. We need to be able to feed them. So I've got a supply of food, I've got collapsible bowls, and I've got water to go as well.
Smart.
Right?
And first aid.
And you always need to have a little bit of first aid. Now, I'm a little different. I carry a full bag with me, a medical bag with me. So, hang out with me if you ever got a problem on a thing. But you can still do things. So I've got some peroxide, I've got some alcohol, I've got some little 4x4s, I've got some bandage material, some tape, and some scissors. It's just very, very basic, but it helps.
All right, this is great. You're so prepared. And
Yes.
now we can be too. Thank you, Dr. Pryor.
My pleasure.
We appreciate
Stay
you
safe.
being here. All right, yeah, you too. We're going to see you next month.
Spring is almost here, so that means Dollywood opens for its, get this, 37th season this weekend. Here to tell us more about all the fun things you can do at the Smoky Mountain favorite is Ellen Liston. Ellen, good to have you back here on Talk of the Town. And I was in Knoxville and up that way 37 years ago when it opened. Can you believe that we've come so many seasons?
I know it seems like just yesterday, but you know, I think every year it kind of gets bigger and better, and not just in the sense of the attractions and the rides and the shows, but just in the sense of a great place for families to be together and make great memories and just enjoy that time together doing something fun. In this day we're living in, that I think that's probably the most important thing that Dollywood does, is provide that atmosphere just for togetherness and fun.
So as you get ready for opening weekend, what are you excited about?
You know, I think I'm most excited about just everything that makes Dollywood Dollywood. I love when I get to hear the sound of the Dollywood Express train. I love the sound of the whoosh of the rides at especially Wild Eagle and Lightning Rod and Thunder Express, all the fun that there is to have. And then I guess I probably should admit that my favorite thing is the bakery and the cinnamon bread. And Leland, we agree on those kind of things.
Oh, definitely.
I think that one of the exciting things is like what I like, if it's totally different from what you like and we're traveling together, we each get to, whether your tastes are wild with our kind of wild rides or mild like me with wanting to see shows and ride on the Dollywood Express train, there's something for everybody, and that's what makes it such a great experience for families or friends that are coming for a Smoky Mountain getaway together.
So as we get ready for this new season, anything different this spring or for the upcoming summer?
Well, when we open our award-winning Flower and Food Festival at the end of April, and I'm so proud to say award-winning because it won the inaugural New Food Festival Award from our industry association. It's called the Brass Ring. It's kind of like our Oscars. Lots of new things. In the flower department of that festival, you know, it has 500,000 blooms. We've added some new mosaic sculptures, including a beekeeper and his honeybees in a hive, all done in flowers. It's going to be spectacular. And if you want to see a bear at Dollywood, our flower bear is the way to go. And all new food options at the food part of Flower and Food, including we're bringing back our dining pass so you can sample a little bit of your favorites, and then you can go back and get a full portion of what you liked best. That comes up in late April through the 1st of June. And then in mid-June, our Smoky Mountain Summer Celebration, the Gazillion Bubble Show is back. Literally the best part of summer when you get to see all those bubbles.
All right, lots of great stuff. Always love coming up there and seeing all the cool things. And if you haven't been in a few years, boy, you always keep getting better with the attractions. But thank you for being with us today.
Thank you.
You can learn more and buy tickets online at Dollywood.com.
And coming up, get a sneak peek inside the latest construction at the new Woolworth Theater.
This portion of Talk of the Town is sponsored by Electronic Express.
The Woolworth building in downtown Nashville has hosted many businesses over the decades, including a restaurant that closed in March of 2020.
News Channel 5's Claire Kopsky got a sneak peek inside the latest construction and learned how the new owners are honoring the building's deep history.
When we started with this project, it was to do something that hadn't been done in Nashville.
It's a new concept and way of enjoying music, plays, and performances.
When I walked in, you could feel the bones of a theater. You could look up, you could see the mezzanine. I could visualize the boxes and I could visualize where the stage would go. And it just naturally lays itself out into a theater.
A theater inside a historic building that was once a Woolworth.
Woolworth was pretty much the five and dime of its time. It was kind of like the Walmart of its time. It was known for great bargains, great shopping, and then also they had their lunch counters.
This Woolworth's lunch counter became a centerpiece of the civil rights movement in February of 1960.
When the police came, they arrested all the demonstrators. They didn't arrest any of the patrons that perpetrated violence on the protesters. The protesters, one of them being future Congressman John Lewis, sat here and passively sat there while customers beat them, berated them, put cigarettes out on their skin, and a bunch of just brutal tactics that they sat there stoically and just held their ground. This was the domino that led to the desegregation of all of Nashville, and really the domino that fell to desegregate the country.
It was only fitting that the new theater be called the Woolworth Theater, have a window display sharing the space's story, use the original railing design as its logo, and reflect what the Freedom Riders fought for in the performances on the new stage.
The history of this place, where the sit-in movements, everything happened for inclusivity. So we want to ensure that this building also encompasses everything about inclusivity, including music, plays, acts, anything that can fit in our space.
A ticketed cocktail theater that's come a long, long way from its days as a lunch counter.
Catch a glimpse of history.
In Nashville, Claire Kopsky, News Channel 5.
To be the first to hear about the theater's shows, which start in the next few months, you can sign up for their newsletter. We have a link in this story on our website at newschannel5.com.
Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Coming up Friday on Talk of the Town, Clint Black is catching up with Tim McGraw on the new season of his podcast, Talking in Circles.
Clint previews this fun conversation about everything from music to acting and Tim's hit show, 1883.
Then Sammy Cohn has some surprising facts about the things we miss when we're spring cleaning, y'all. See where the hidden germs lie and what you can do about them.
Plus, the Frisk Museum has 2 new exhibits that celebrate art teachers.
You'll be inspired by their stories and their artwork. That's all coming your way tomorrow at 11.
All right, weather-wise this afternoon, enjoy the beautiful weather. Tomorrow, enjoy the beautiful weather. Tomorrow night, rain changing into snow. A lot of this is during the night tomorrow. Cold Saturday, but a quick rebound. We're talking 53 on Sunday. Bree will be in with the very latest on the timing today on News Channel 5 at 4, 5, and 6.
All right, better go out and enjoy it this afternoon while we can, right?
While we can. But again, we're back between 65 and 70 by Monday.
So interesting, isn't it? Never a dull moment in the weather department. Thanks for watching, y'all. We'll see you tomorrow.
Hello, I'm Rebecca Schleicher. It's been a year since Nashville established the Partners in Care program to place mental health experts in police cars. Now, more federal assistance will help expand it. So far, the program has been used by officers in the North and Hermitage precincts. People having a mental health crisis can get connected to care and services, while clinicians work for safer outcomes for both the person and the officers involved. And we have breaking news. A man's body was found off Dedrick Street this morning in downtown Nashville. Metro Police say that victim was shot multiple times and found at Citizens Plaza. They're looking at surveillance video from businesses and nearby buildings to try to help with that investigation. First Lady Jill Biden met with families of deployed soldiers on Fort Campbell yesterday. Members of the 101st Airborne Division remain in Europe backing our NATO allies amid Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Dr. Biden met with nearly every family that came to hear her speak, speaking about the struggles they face at home while their loved ones are abroad. It's an experience she knows personally. Both her father and her stepson, Beau, served in the U.S. military. A new report shows Americans continue to resign at a high rate. The Department of Labor says 4.3 million people quit their jobs in January, which is just under November's record of 4.5 million. And employers are struggling to fill open positions. Job openings remain at near record levels right now. The senior economic analyst for Bankrate.com says the easiest way for companies to fill positions is to pay more money and offer flexible work schedules. The tight job market is leading to higher paychecks, though. Wages are up about 5% over the past year. Now let's head over to Leland with a look at your forecast this morning.
All right, we are keeping an eye on tomorrow night for snow, but this afternoon, hey, highs upper 50s, low 60s over the area. That's about where we ought to be for today. 62 this afternoon, 38 tonight, 66 tomorrow. So tomorrow day side looks good. There's exact track into tomorrow evening, and then there's that line of rain and snow moving across the Mid-South. It could lay down some accumulating snow for part of the area. Impacts may be minimal, but there could be travel issues out there, especially as you head toward the plateau. But anything would be short-lived just because after a very cold Saturday and Sunday morning, time change Sunday, we're back to the 60s by the time we head toward Monday and Tuesday.
So we're going to need to shut that door, please.
Okay.
No, I don't think so. Hello, check. Check 1 2. Hello, check. Well, they've received me in the Zoom. Don't see anybody there yet.
Hey, Clint, can you hear me? This is Leland in Nashville. How you doing?
Yeah, I maybe have an audio glitch. I have a workaround if this sounds funny to you.
We'll let the control room chime in on that in a moment. So far, I think you're okay, but just as an FYI, the way we run this through the control room, you will hear me, but you will not see me.
Okay. Well, if it sounds okay to you so far, that's a good sign that I fixed my problem. Okay. Let me,
I remember a Grammy-winning country star, Clint Black, must have been hundreds.
Hello, check.
Over the course of his career.
Check 1 2. Is that better? Is that better? Hello. Yeah, let me go into the Zoom preferences here and see what's going on. Hello. Hey, check. Let me up the output volume. Help tell me if this is any better. Hello,
The
check.
Season 2 premiere
Check
of
1
Cooking
2.
in Circles with Clint Black
Check.
airs this Saturday night at 9 on the
Hello.
Circle Network.
Let me see. Hello, how's this? Check 1 2. Is that any better? Check 1 2. Hey, check 1 2. Hang on, let me try this. Hello, check 1 2. Any better? Check 1 2. Hello, check 1 2. Tell me if it comes up. Did it come up then? Hello, check. That's not coming up.
I remember a Grammy-winning country star, Clint Black, must have done hundreds of interviews over the course of his
Hello, check 1 2. Check 1 2.
Circle Network show, Talking in Circles.
Hello, check. Did it come up now? Check 1 2. Check. This is not coming up. Weird. Hello, check 1 2. Check 1 2. Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to just use my laptop. I hate that, but do we have a box to go on here? I'll be right back.
I remember. Okay, alrighty. I remember a Grammy-winning country star, Clint Black, must have done hundreds of interviews over the years. But maybe even more fun watching him now interview other country stars on the Circle Network show, Talking in Circles.
So if you can hear me, I'm going to log out and log back in.
Yes, sir, that's fine.
I remember Opry member and Grammy-winning country star Clint Black must have done hundreds of interviews over the course of his career, makes it more fun watching him now. The country star is on his Circle Network show.
Hello? Can you hear me? A little bit of difference. Hello, check 1 2. Check 1 2. Hello, check 1 2. Hey Zach, would you shut that door, please? How's that sounding? I just had to resort to my laptop. Unfortunately, I've got... Hello? Okay. All right, great. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, what is that weird thing? If you want to wait a minute, I can run get a longer cable. Or actually, okay. Thanks. Hey, everybody's seen these. We were beta testing the very first versions of these earbuds in '92, and man, it's hard to explain what they were. But
Opry member and Grammy winning.
who am I talking to? Is it Leland? Okay.
Opry member and Grammy-winning country star Clint Black must have done hundreds of interviews over the course of his career, which makes it now more fun watching him now interview other country stars on his Circle Network show, Talking in Circles. Clint is Zooming with us now. Welcome to Talk of the Town. Back to Talk of the Town. How you doing today?
I'm good. I'm out of the hot seat and doing your job on Talking in Circles. It's fun.
So how are you enjoying that, being on the other side where you are the one now asking the questions instead of answering them?
Well, I was the one that came up with the idea for the show, and I pitched it to Circle, and they loved it. And then I thought, I got what I wanted. So I over-prepare. I'm ready to talk about anything with my guest. And we do. We talk about just about anything.
So with this, you are sitting down for one-on-one conversations with country stars. Many of those are folks that you know, musicians and celebrities. What is it like for you? Anything that you have been, I guess, that's been the fun part of this, just interviewing friends?
Well, it's kind of fun. I'm a little mischievous, so it's kind of fun with them just not knowing what I'm going to ask them, especially with Lisa, my wife. You know, she did the show. We've already taped that, and she wanted to talk to me about what we're going to talk about on the show. I said, no, I don't think you understand how my show works. You show up, you sit, and I ask you questions, and I can ask you anything I want. And it's fun. Some of these guests I've known for years, and some of them are new friends or guests I've never met before. So it's fun just to let it roll and see where the conversation goes. We talk and talk, and it's a half-hour show, so we have a lot more than we need. And we're in the weeds, Leland. We're talking about things that we would talk about backstage or in the green room. So it's not about platinum records and awards. It's about the work we do. So I'm comfortable doing that, and we love talking about it. So we can just yammer on.
So last season you had everyone from Darius Rucker to Sarah Evans and Trace Atkins. Tell us about the first guest for the new season.
Yeah, by the way, Trace Atkins actually spoke.
Did he really? He said more than a few words.
Yeah, he enjoyed it. You know, I've known Trace for a long time, and it's you know, he's like the difference between a Chihuahua and a Saint Bernard. You know, the Saint Bernard barks once, and the Chihuahua barks 1,000 times. With McGraw, you know, he and I have spent most of our time that we've spent together was on the sidelines at games, you know, at school where our kids were going to school together. And so we haven't talked a ton of shop, but right before we were in the green room about to go on the set and tape the show, he says, man, I got to tell you this exciting news. Faith and I are doing this show. It's a spinoff from Yellowstone. It's called 1883, but you can't ask me about it on the show because it hasn't been announced yet. So I spent that whole time taping with him, just really wanting to ask him about that show, and I couldn't.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. That's torture. That's torture for a host.
So you've talked to Tim and about Tim and his wife, but you and your wife, Lisa Hartman Black, are getting ready to go on tour. Nashville, a stop?
We just finished actually 24 cities, but I think we're going to do it again later this year. Our daughter Lily, who's been in the music program at Belmont, came with us and sang. And we're actually the three of us singing together at the Opry Saturday night before the premiere of season 2.
Oh, good. So your daughter wants to do this. Any big advice you give her?
A lot of advice. And what's great is that she actually has to listen to me now, you know. She wants to learn everything she can. I know the business. Her mom and I have a lot of experience, of course. So she's soaking it up and being a good student.
Super. Well, congratulations on season 2, and thank you for spending all the time with us today.
Hey, thanks for having me, Leland. Good to see you.
You too. The season 2 premiere of Talking in Circles with Clint Black airs this Saturday night at 9 on the Circle Network. All right, Clint, thank you so much. This airs tomorrow. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Take care. Appreciate the help. Hey, you bet. Sorry for the glitch.
It's all good.
Thank you.
From the News Channel 5 Network, I'm Vicki Yates. A man was found dead this morning in downtown Nashville, and police believe he had been killed last night. The body was found just outside the Citizens Plaza building on Dedrick Street. A person walking down the street this morning saw him and called police. At this point, Metro detectives believe the victim was involved in an argument that led up to the shooting. The victim's name has not been released. In Clarksville, a teenager injured in a shooting. Police say just before 11:30 last night, officers responded to a shots fired call on Raintree Drive near Lafayette Road and found a 16-year-old with a gunshot wound in the back of a car. Witnesses say a red car with black rims shot at the vehicle, but the gunman has not been found. Nearly 500 affordable housing units are coming to East Nashville over the next few years. It's a part of a bigger mixed-use project called Shelby House that includes a rehabilitation center. 195 units will open by fall of next year, which will first be offered to graduates of the recovery program. That will then be followed by nearly 300 units opening. A state bill called the Save Tennessee Students Act wants to make it easier for students having a mental health crisis to get help. If passed, student IDs for teens in the 6th to 12th grade would be required to show the number for the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline and at least one other crisis resource. We'll keep you updated as it moves into the legislature. Now let's check in with Bree.
If you didn't have a good meteorologist in your life, you wouldn't think that winter was going to wallop back into the area this weekend, but it is. So listen up. Spring, the theme for Thursday, sunshine, 60s, fantastic. Friday is going to start that way as well. We will be in the 60s Friday afternoon, but Friday night, we crash down into the 20s, and on the way, we are still looking at flakes to fly and stick. Accumulating snow is looking likely from around late sunset time on Friday, I think 7, 8 o'clock, through sunrise on Saturday. So it's a narrow window of time, but in that narrow window, we will likely get enough snowfall to wake up to some of it Saturday morning. In general, 1 to 2 inches is expected across the mid-state, but the further east you go, some spots could see as much as 3 to 4 inches. This is expected to be a very light, fluffy snow, so it does tend to overperform sometimes with the totals. And it's going to be bone-chilling cold on Saturday with wind chills barely making it out of the 20s.
keeping you safe, informed, connected. This is News Channel 5 at 4.
It ain't nothing worth nobody's life. I don't care what it is, not even $1 trillion.
The Russian military has begun to loosen its rules of engagement to achieve their military objectives.
Standing here in this warehouse, thousands of miles from Ukraine, there are people still being able to have a tangible impact on what happens to the refugees displaced by all of this.
Students form blue and yellow Play-Doh into hearts.
This is different.
The Nashville Soccer Club was excited to announce today that this stadium has a name. They've met their match, and it's a local company.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Geodis Park.
In front of fans and supporters of Nashville's newest
The nation's intelligence leaders accused Russia of reckless disregard for civilians.
This is Parker Rodenbaugh.
All different names.
Peyton Presley Moore.
All
19 years old.
different ages.
He was 35 years old.
One similar story.
We're past the numbers we had, so we probably averaged around 25,000. Now we're at 30,000. And we couldn't be more excited because we remember the day when it was just 500 people.
I'm Deborah Norville. Today at 4:30, growing international outrage.
So
it's okay. It's so rare that we get good sound like that from a spot news thing.
yeah,
I'm using 3 sound bites,
that's fine.
so it'll have a lot of them. It's just probably what I'll do is I'm going to replace the 6 o'clock probably the 6 o'clock slot with the OTT.
Yeah, you do
package
whatever.
and set it up, and that way it'll be in the system if we ever if this turns out to be a lot bigger deal. Because it could.
It could.
You just don't know.
I mean, because even shooting someone at 6 p.m. is still kind of brave. It's a little brazen, you know.
Oh, let me get white down.
Yeah, light me up.
I think I'm going to put you right here.
Oh, you going off the shoulder with this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me see your sheet of paper there.
Yeah, mic check 1 2 3 4. Check 2 3 4.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Let me.
Yes, ma'am.
Unity 1.
Okay.
Aw.
Too much stuff in this pocket.
Yes, you can. Mic check, check for you. You're welcome.
Hi, mic check, Rory 1212. You're welcome.
A man killed and left next to a building in the middle of downtown Nashville for more than 12 hours. We're live with what a nearby surveillance video is revealing.
The new home of the Nashville Soccer Club has a name. We get our first look at the almost finished stadium.
A Nashville-based nonprofit is helping Ukrainians in need 1 foot at a time.
From spring to winter, accumulating snow arrives tomorrow night. Details next.
Gibbs News Channel 5.
See, there's got to be one here.
Right, because like how do they...
I didn't see it. It could be inside the building looking out.
Because if he was shot right here,
Yeah.
he had to have been running, right? Because you don't, why would he, unless he, yes. I am 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 reporting live in downtown Nashville. Kelsey Gibbs News Channel 5.
Well, they're having trouble finding whatever.
Okay, hey Charlie, they hear the Nat mic. Yes, reporting live in downtown Nashville, Kelsey Gibbs News Channel 5. This is terrible information. Please say thank you.
keeping you safe, informed, connected. This is News Channel 5 at 4.
Good afternoon. A dead body left out in the open in downtown Nashville for more than 12 hours before anybody noticed.
It certainly is a disturbing discovery made this morning at Citizens Plaza right on Dedrick. News Channel 5's Kelsey Gibbs is now live downtown. And Kelsey, I understand there's some surveillance video that shows what led to this man's death.
Exactly, Rory. Police telling us that it's just terrible information, but that surveillance video shows that the victim left the city bus garage. She walked over here to the Citizen Plaza, where they said that footage shows that he got into some kind of altercation with the man and was shot and killed and died right here. Now, here's some video of the scene when we arrived earlier today. Police say a worker in a nearby building could see through a high-rise window of a man on the ground at the plaza around 7 in the morning. He thought he was asleep until he checked again, and the body never moved, so he called police. Police arrived after 9 to find the victim with apparent gunshot wounds and shell casings near his body. Those who work in the area telling us the shootings in Nashville are getting out of hand and say this shooting should have never happened.
It ain't nothing worth nobody's life. I don't care what it is. Not even $1 trillion worth nobody's life. They could have the money. I'd rather have my life.
Now, the investigation is still ongoing. Police have not released the name of the victim, and so far there is no suspect under arrest at this time. But of course, once we get more information, we will update everyone. But for now, reporting live in downtown Nashville, Kelsey Gibbs, News Channel 5.
Kelsey, thanks. And this investigation underway in Clarksville, a teenager injured in a shooting. Police say just before 11:30 last night, officers responded to a shots fired call on Raintree Drive near Lafayette Road. There they found a 16-year-old with a gunshot wound in the back of a car. It's unclear how badly she was hurt. Witnesses say someone in a red car with black rims shot at the vehicle, but the gunman hasn't been found.
Well, the warm and sunny weather we've been enjoying today, out of here. Being replaced with snow.
Like the most absurd.
This is crazy.
Forecast ever. I know. Rory was saying he was at the dog park and folks are like, really?
Exactly.
Really? Right? I think that should just be our general approach to weather in Nashville. Really? Yes, really. So spring today. Friday is going to start like this. You're going to have sunshine to start the day, but you will have snow to end it. And yes, we are looking at accumulating snow. Because of the potential, the National Weather Service has issued some winter weather headlines for us. So areas generally west of Interstate 65, kind of in the lighter purple color, that is a winter weather advisory. It starts at 6 p.m. tomorrow night and goes through daybreak on Saturday. It is a winter storm watch for areas east because higher snowfall totals are expected there. Most of this will come in after sunset on Friday. Here's a quick sneak peek of it. And the heaviest will be winding down by mid-morning on Saturday. It is such a potent blast of cold air, though, that we are expecting snow to stick. So you'll wake up to some white stuff Saturday morning, Vicki. That means the big question is how much? We'll answer that coming up.
All right. Thanks, Bree. Concerns this afternoon that Russia could soon launch chemical or biological weapons in Ukraine. Russia continues to amp up the violence. Just yesterday, a violent attack on the maternity and children's hospital killed at least 3, including a child. The director of national intelligence told lawmakers the U.S. is documenting Russia's actions.
The Russian military has begun to loosen its rules of engagement to achieve their military objectives.
Senior defense official says Russian forces could still encircle the capital of Kyiv in the next couple of weeks if they're willing to grind through significant Ukrainian resistance. It's estimated up to 6,000 Russian forces have already been killed in action. More than 2 million people have now fled Ukraine, many of them women and children. And we've heard from so many of you asking, how can we help the people of Ukraine? News Channel 5's Chris Davis shows us how a Nashville-based nonprofit is quite literally putting boots on the ground.
Standing here in this warehouse, thousands of miles from Ukraine, there are people still being able to have a tangible impact on what happens to the refugees displaced by all of this.
We receive a wide variety of products.
The Nashville-based nonprofit Souls for Souls is in the process of sending out a massive shipment of clothing, underwear, and shoes to Poland and Moldova, 2 European countries that are hosting a majority of the refugees displaced by the invasion of Ukraine. The CEO tells us this project is personal to their team.
We have a woman on our team who runs our operation in Canada, who's from Ukraine. She still has family there.
While Souls for Souls is known for pre-owned items,
We've got a little bit of everything.
refugees will be getting all brand new items, either donated by individuals or major corporations.
We want them to have something that is their own.
But supply chain issues aren't making things easy. The nonprofit had to spend thousands of extra dollars just to get these items on the container ships. We'll share how you can help coming up tonight at 5. In Old Hickory, Chris Davis, News Channel 5.
Thanks, Chris. Souls for Souls is also donating new boots and cold weather footwear to frontline soldiers in Ukraine.
How do you explain the Ukraine invasion to young children? At one mid-state school, they're helping students learn about Ukraine's culture while also raising money to help their counterparts overseas. News Channel 5's Alexandra Cohen shows us the unique project underway at Big Blue Marble Academy in Spring Hill.
Students form blue and yellow Play-Doh into hearts.
This is different things they do in the Ukraine. Like yesterday, we painted the flags for the Ukraine.
They learn these are the colors of the Ukrainian flag.
This is so cool.
For years, Big Blue Marble Academies across the country have partnered with the Children's Charity Center of Ukraine to help them.
In December, they made blessing blankets, and some of those were sent over to the orphanage in Ukraine, so children have them right now.
As these children make crafts across the world, those orphans are sheltering in a cellar as Russian forces invade their country. The children have limited supplies, so that's why the schools are raising money to help.
Blue and yellow.
Working in the childcare industry, Robin Brock says it's hard to imagine living in a war zone.
There's a lot of need right now, so everything that we're doing, all the collections and the support, the funding that we have collected is really being implemented over there to help to keep them safe.
In a couple days, Robin says they've already raised around $16,000. Robin hopes what they're doing will help kids remember how important it is to give back to those in need. Reporting in Spring Hill, Alexandra Cohen, News Channel 5.
It's a really nice, simple way to get the kids involved, you know, and can't share many details with them, but get them involved.
But they know, and they feel good about it.
They do.
All right. Well, monetary donations can be made at globalchildren'soutreach.org. You can find a link to that on our website. The brand new home of the Nashville Soccer Club almost finished. Today we got to tour the 30,000-seat stadium in Wedgwood, Houston. Our Hannah McDonald tells us it now has a name.
The Nashville Soccer Club was excited to announce today that the stadium has a name. They've met their match, and it's a local company.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Geodis Park.
In front of fans and supporters of Nashville's newest professional sports team, leaders of the Nashville Soccer Club announced the stadium's namesake will be a company based in Brentwood. Geodis is a global supply chain company that employs more than 2,000 people in this region. The stadium itself can seat 15 times that. There are 30,000 seats in the building decked out in blue and gold. Nashville Soccer Club's CEO, Ian Ayre, said it's possible every game will sell out this season.
Well, it's certainly heading that way already. You know, we're fast approaching 20,000 season tickets sold. That's before we put a single game ticket on sale. That hasn't even happened yet. We're selling at a huge rate daily, so we have no idea where that number gets to. And then, you know, so it'll be everyone who buys a single game above whatever that ultimate number is.
The first time the boys in gold play for fans under this 360-degree canopy is May 1st. In Wedgwood, Houston, Hannah McDonald, News Channel 5.
In addition to being the official home to Nashville SC, Geodis Park will also be a venue for concerts, conferences, and community activities.
3 people shot during a domestic violence-related dispute. Metro Nashville police say Terrell Lewis and a former girlfriend got into an argument at the couple's apartment on Zermatt Avenue last night. They say when Lewis threatened her, the couple pulled guns and exchanged shots. All this with 3 children nearby. Another woman and Lewis were shot, both expected to survive. No children were hurt. Lewis now faces several charges, including aggravated assault. And a gunman on the run after a truck driver was shot during an apparent road rage incident. This happened just after 11 last night. on I-40 out west near the Charlotte Pike exit. Fortunately, the victim's injuries are not life-threatening. We still don't have a description of the suspect's vehicle.
The nation's intelligence community are expressing concerns over the conflict in Ukraine and what Russia could possibly do next. The latest from the annual threat assessment.
President Biden says his administration is tackling the rising fentanyl overdose crisis. What parents who lost children want to see happen now.
Sentencing for actor Jussie Smollett begins today for staging a hate crime. We head to court next.
Snow arrives by late tomorrow night. We'll talk about how much and what it means for your weekend coming up.
And it's time for a 5 Live traffic update. If you're going to Clarksville, it's going to take you 42 minutes to get there. A little bit longer going to Murfreesboro, 50 minutes.
Pretty quick ride down to Franklin on I-65 South, 23 minutes. Also just 20 minutes out I-40 to Mount Juliet. Heading west to Dixon, 34 minutes. Drive safely. We'll be right back. Today, the nation's top intelligence officials gave their assessment of threats to U.S. security from all around the world.
Skylar Henry is on Capitol Hill, where Russia's invasion of Ukraine is in the spotlight today.
The nation's intelligence leaders accused Russia of reckless disregard for civilians in Ukraine, even as sanctions squeeze President Vladimir Putin's economy.
We assess Putin feels aggrieved the West does not give him proper deference and perceives this is a war he cannot afford to lose.
At the annual hearing on worldwide threats to America's security, lawmakers asked how the conflict overseas could hit home.
How concerned are you as Russia gets more and more stymied on the military front that they may unleash some of their additional cyber tools?
We remain vigilant. We're 15 days into this conflict. By no means are we sitting back and taking this casually.
While the war in Ukraine was front and center, the intelligence hearing touched on a range of threats to national security, from terrorism to foreign influence on American politics.
They've seen what the Russians are capable of. They intervened in our elections in 2016.
Michael Allen served under former President George W. Bush at the National Security Council. He says while Russia is the prominent geopolitical foe, other countries, including China, still pose threats.
And when we consider that military power often flows from tremendous economic power, people worry, is the United States up to being the leader of the world with a rising China?
The panel echoed these concerns, especially with China's race to technological dominance.
Nothing is going to matter more to the future of CIA and I think the U.S. intelligence community more broadly than our ability to compete technologically.
With much of the focus on the escalating human toll in Ukraine, intelligence leaders say they're documenting Russia's actions to hold the government accountable. Skylar Henry, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
Right now, a sentencing hearing is underway for Jussie Smollett, the former Empire actor convicted of lying about being a victim of a hate crime. Smollett was found guilty back in December on 5 counts of felony disorderly conduct. His attorneys want the court to throw out that guilty verdict. Smollett faces a maximum sentence of 3 years in prison for each count, although he could be given just probation. Of course, as soon as we get an update, we'll pass it along.
The opioid crisis continues to cut lives short and destroy families. For those who have lost a loved one to drug overdoses like fentanyl, a big complaint is a lack of action and understanding by those who are not personally impacted. Our Joe St. George takes a look at how President Biden plans to address this issue and what parents, including one Tennessee mom, want to happen now.
This is Parker Rodenbaugh.
All different names.
Peyton Presley Moore.
All
19 years old.
different ages.
He was 35 years old.
One similar story.
Pure grief. Pure pain.
That no mother should tell. Janice Berlin lost 2 of her boys.
It never goes away.
What is this grief? It's the effect of fentanyl, and each one of these young men died from it.
The drug dealers don't care.
Each one of these moms.
Just happened in December.
Now finding a way to keep living.
Had never heard of fentanyl.
What is fentanyl? It is classified as a synthetic opioid by the DEA and is produced in a lab. It's 100 times more potent than morphine, and while doctors use it in hospitals to manage pains or even sedate someone in ICU, because it's cheap to produce, more drug dealers are using it too. It creates a stronger high, a quicker addiction.
It's very cheap.
Horty Rodenbaugh has been traveling the country ever since she lost her son, trying to get more people to pay attention.
It only takes a tiny grain to get you addicted. So they're putting it in Percocet, Xanax, anything they can.
And that's the point.
He was just wanting to have fun.
April Brown wants to get across to you parents. Talk to your kids. She says her son wasn't an addict or sought out fentanyl. He was a couple months into college and decided to take a Percocet at a party. It was laced with fentanyl. He died within hours.
You know, I experimented in college with certain things. I'm not ashamed to say that. I didn't have to worry about dying taking a pill.
Across the country last year, over 104,000 Americans died from an overdose. That's a record, and synthetic opioids like fentanyl are contributing the most to the spike. Those numbers attracting attention in Washington. President Biden pledging to spend over $23 billion this year to fight drug abuse. The money would be used for treatment centers and to better prevent fentanyl from being sold on the streets.
Something's got to be done.
In short, this group just hopes the country starts waking up. And while they believe President Biden's bipartisan plan is a start, more must be done. They'd like to see stricter penalties for those who deal drugs and more help for Border Patrol, since they're seizing record amounts of fentanyl.
Don't say it won't be my child. It might be.
In Washington, I'm Joe St. George.
The cost of living continues to surge, with the U.S. now hitting a 40-year high. Consumer inflation jumped 7.9% over the past year. Soaring gas, food, and housing prices driving the spike. Experts say it could get even worse because these numbers don't include the latest gas price hikes connected to the Russia-Ukraine war.
Most of us didn't put on jackets or coats today because we didn't need them, but coming up.
Say it, right? I think absurd. Absurd is the word of this forecast.
Shake your head.
Right? Like, cool.
Sure.
Sunny, spring, snow, potential record cold by Sunday morning, back to the 60s by Monday. Wow. The very definition of weather whiplash. So yes, the rumors are true. We are going to get a wallop of wintry weather tomorrow night, and it will be enough to stick on the ground. So let's get to the nitty gritty. We've got nothing to worry about tonight. Today was sunny. It's beautiful. Feeling like spring. Daffodils keep blooming across the area. Those poor daffodils are not going to be happy come Saturday morning. Low 60s are where we sit right now. It's been an easy March afternoon for us. Tomorrow we'll start easy. We will be in the 60s tomorrow afternoon, but we will crash into the 20s by Saturday morning. It is a potent Arctic cold snap that's coming. So tonight we dip down in the 30s. Like I said, tomorrow is still going to be mild, which is what makes this map again look so absurd. That is the key word for the weather today. Winter weather advisory for areas along and west of Interstate 65 and a winter storm watch for areas east. The difference is how much snow. The highest totals are expected to be in our eastern tier, hence the winter storm watch. These start around sunset tomorrow and they go through sunrise on Saturday. So tonight, pretty benign. We're calm, we're quiet. You start your Friday with sunshine. You can even enjoy your lunch break outside tomorrow. But you will not be sitting on a patio tomorrow night, not unless you're bundled up. Earliest that snow would arrive in our western and northwestern tier would be around 6 to 7. It's going to look really pretty in the sky. This is going to be a light, fluffy, snow globe type snow that's going to swirl around. It will take a couple hours for the ground to cool to let it accumulate, but it will accumulate in the overnight time frame. So you'll see flakes fly first before they stick. But by 9, 10 o'clock tomorrow night, we will likely see that snow sticking. Midnight is when everybody will be dealing with snow. Most of this, the heaviest of it, will be gone by sunrise on Saturday. Some flakes may linger. And the other key thing to know is it's going to be so stinking windy on Saturday that the snow that's on the ground will likely keep swirling even if it's not actually falling. So it will look more impressive even after the snowfall has moved away. So of course the big question with snow is always how much? Too much at this point. For areas west and northwest, we're looking at a dusting up to 2 inches. So I'm talking to you in Clarksville, parts of Stewart County, up into Hopkinsville. For Nashville and folks along Interstate 65, we're looking at 1 to 3 inches. And then when you get into our higher elevations, 3 to 4 inches will be possible. Some spots could even see a little bit more than that in our highest. Think Cumberland County, the eastern edge of Putnam County as you start to climb up into those higher elevations. I mentioned the wind. I want to show it to you briefly. The gusts on Saturday are going to be around 25 to 30, which means the wind chill is going to be in the single digits and teens Saturday afternoon. I know it's bonkers, but it's what's coming. We spring our clocks forward Saturday night, Vicki, so extra sunshine in the afternoon on Sunday will help the melting process start. And then by next week, it's like it never even happened. We're back into the 60s.
It's crazy. Thanks so much. Spring break here from many across our area with thousands hitting the roads and the skies. After the break, what you need to know before hitting the Nashville International Airport.
Well, we know spring break travel is here, and so the staff out at the Nashville International Airport, they're bracing for a surge in passengers amid the winter storm surge as well.
That's right. Airport staff tell our Rebecca Schleicher that while thousands head to the airport, crews are already pre-treating the grounds and runways to keep operations moving. You can help make sure your trip runs smoothly as well. Get to the airport 2 hours early. Make sure you go to the correct terminal with the airport split in two during construction. The number of departing passengers is expected to break records each day this weekend, with Sunday the busiest as other travelers return home from earlier breaks. That's a stark contrast to spring 2020.
We're past the numbers we had, so we probably averaged around 25,000. Now we're at 30,000. And we couldn't be more excited because we remember the day when it was just 500 people.
And don't forget, federal mask requirements have been expanded until mid-April. The airport is now giving out around 5,000 masks daily to passengers who forget theirs. That's up from around 1,000 earlier in the pandemic. Another look at your forecast next.
And a reminder, you can find the latest weather headlines on your own time. Just search for News Channel 5 on your favorite streaming app. News Channel 5 at 4. We'll be right back.
I'm Deborah Norville. Today at 4:30, growing international outrage over Russia's claim that a pregnant bombing victim is an actress. Then the state trooper hailed a hero for putting herself in the path of an accused drunk driver. Inside Edition right here after the news.
Weather coming.
It sure is, man. Keep your head on a swivel around these parts. So spring today, spring for lunch tomorrow, winter for dinner, winter for brunch on Saturday. We have issued a Storm 5 alert. It starts tomorrow night at 6 o'clock. It goes through noon on Saturday, and that's because of the accumulated snow, blowing snow around on Saturday as well. So more on the snow globe at 5.
All right, that's our time.
Stay tuned for Inside Edition.
From spring to winter, it's going to be a wild ride on Friday. Details on snow at 10. In 3, 2, 1. Oh, snow it isn't. Oh, snow it is. Snow arrives tomorrow night, and it will stick. What that means for your weekend at 10.
Keeping you safe, informed, connected. This is News Channel 5 at 5.
Multiple shell casings were found by the body. Through investigation this morning, we have determined that he walked up to the Citizens Plaza area shortly before 6 o'clock.
Exactly, and this is the worst war right here. I'd rather have COVID than for somebody to shoot.
Do you want another one?
From eggs to flags, students at Blue Marble Academy are learning about Ukraine.
What colors are you making?
As we speak, shipments of shoes like these are headed to Poland and Moldova.
The stadium isn't quite done yet, which is why we had to wear vests and hard hats today. But in just about 50 days, fans
Join the conversation. Connect with News Channel 5 on Facebook. This is News Channel 5 at 5 with Rory Johnston, Carrie Sharp, and Storm 5 meteorologist Bree Smith.
The big thing is that knowing your parking options, because a lot of times the things that you'll run into
It was pretty scandalous at times, but all right. Well, they gave us a really nice spot here.
She said that a lot of places pulled out because of the country artists coming. Okay. Hey, it's Jimmy. I have Fire Supply TV3. Unity 2. Thank you. Bye.
We will basically do our 5, and then we'll do our 6, and then after that we'll just interview, and I will every now and then know what I'm doing, and every now and then not. So
We'll get it done.
okay, I'm very.
Oh, don't be.
That's it. Okay,
Yeah.
you're right.
Yeah.
There's gonna be some people who be like, really, Casey? Did you not?
Yeah. These are the kind of things that even if you don't know who they are, you can be so generic on questions that
You're so right.
Yeah.
And I didn't get to have my usual pre-red carpet Red Bull. And that is like, because you can't really have that stuff. And I was like, and usually that keeps me on. So I'm like, dang it, I hope the hairspray fumes keep me going tonight. Here, let's get a picture of me and you now that we're back for the year.
Yeah.
Here, you probably do a better job than me. You're a photographer.
Figure out where the button is.
I know, right? Awesome. Want to do some selfies want to do some beauty shots for me?
Yeah.
Thank you, friend. I'll put this over here for now. And I'll do one with my microphone. You just tell me where to stand. Oh, I can be. They're doing teas, aren't they?
They were just trying to talk to you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay. Hello. Testing. 1, 2. Check. Get my IFB in. Sorry, guys.
Can you hear me now?
Let's see. Let me tile into Unity. Does it matter what they
Unity
want?
2.
Okay. Come on. Network not found.
Close it out and try restarting it.
Okay.
Stand by. She's having some IFB issues.
Those are always tough. There's
Now
always
you log in.
it's like songwriters just show up and don't tell you, and you're like,
What in the world? Let me see if I have it on my. I may have it on this phone. Why does it have to do this? Are they about to take?
Yeah. Which one do you want me to hold?
I guess that one. Is there a reason this isn't? Maybe cloud company, maybe?
No.
Crap.
It should be direct connect.
Yeah.
What login error is it giving you?
It's saying no network found. Make sure airplane mode is not on. Verify your Wi-Fi. Airplane mode is not on. Wi-Fi not connected. Turn that off. Let's see what this is doing. Looks like it's
Okay.
not even.
Dial in.
Okay.
615-234-5322.
Okay, I'll get that looked at after tonight. I don't know why it's not working.
Are you hearing IFB now?
Yep.
Okay. Tell them you can hear me now.
I can hear you now. Sorry about that. Oh. Actually, it's saying, I'm sorry, I just heard talking. It's saying.
Stand by one more time.
Verizon Wireless, the number, that call cannot be completed.
Oh.
Check the number and dial again. I heard talking, so I was like, yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
But it was.
Are you hearing them?
I hear commercial, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, can you talk to her now?
Hey, yes, I can. Sorry about that. Thank you, guys. Check 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2. Wonder how long this tease will be. Pause. Back in action. They're cutting out really bad. I'm hearing like cut. Okay.
Are you not hearing them?
It's cutting out. I'm hearing like in spurts, but I hear 1, 2, 3, 4. I didn't hear 5, but I heard 6. A little better, yeah. Oh.
Yes, the police say one of the cameras so far shows the victim getting into some type of altercation with the shooter.
Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4. Check 2, 3, 4.
Check, check, mic check. Can you hear? Thank you.
Yeah, mic check. I'm going to be on the wrong side of the smart screen to swipe. It just doesn't. Can someone swipe in there for 125? Because it won't. Last time it just wouldn't.
5 seconds or so?
Whatever it takes, just a second.
Someone swipe for me because I'm on the wrong side of the. It didn't swipe last time.
Murder mystery. A man shot dead in downtown Nashville, but his body wasn't found for hours.
Simple steps. A local nonprofit hits the ground running, donating a much-needed item to Ukrainian refugees.
Partner for the pitch. Weeks before Nashville SC opens their new stadium, we have an official name.
Storm 5 alert Friday night through Saturday morning because of snow. Accumulating snow. How much? Next.
Keeping you safe, informed, connected. This is News Channel 5 at 5.
Hi, everyone. A man shot and killed right on a street in downtown Nashville, Dedrick Street, and his body was there for hours before he was found.
He was in an open plaza area in front of a state office building, and police say an altercation may have led to his death.
Yeah, News Channel 5's Kelsey Gibbs is there at the scene where I understand, Vicki, cameras are nearby.
And Kelsey, police are hoping those cameras can help them to find the shooter.
Exactly, Vicki and Rory. We're just now getting information in our email identifying that suspect as 35-year-old Stephen James Godwin. Police telling us that surveillance video showing that Godwin left the WeGo bus station behind us with an assailant, or he was with someone, a male assailant, walked to this courtyard at the Citizens Plaza and who was fatally shot.
Multiple shell casings were found by the body. Through investigation this morning, we have determined that he walked up to the Citizens Plaza area shortly before 6 o'clock last evening from the bus station.
Here is some video of what the scene looked like this morning. We identified, police saying an employee in a nearby building could see through a high-rise window a man on the ground at the plaza around 7 in the morning. He thought he was asleep until he checked again. The body never moved, and so he called police. Police arrived after 9 to find the victim with an apparent gunshot wound and shell casings near his body. We talked with the woman who was standing at the scene, and she tells us this shooting should have never happened.
Exactly, and this is the worst war right here. I'd rather have COVID than for somebody to shoot me. But it's bad. It's a sickness. But people just don't understand. It ain't no more love no more. You got people hating each other now.
Again, that victim's name, Stephen James Godwin, 35, of Nashville. Police are hoping more surveillance in this area can help paint a picture exactly why this happened, and of course to find the suspect. And if we get more information, we will update everyone on air and online. But for now, reporting live in downtown Nashville, Kelsey Gibbs, News Channel 5.
Thanks, Kelsey. And another big story we're following, the weather. It might be great outside right now, but you know the month of March in Tennessee.
It's hard to kind of wrap our brains around this. Bree Smith is here. Not only is it going to be really cold, colder than what we've had, but snow.
Snow.
Yeah.
Sticking snow. And I'm not talking about just a dusting on your windshield. I'm talking about legitimate, grab a ruler, come outside and measure it, snow. And it'll be here by late tomorrow night. Now, overnight tonight, nothing is going to happen. It's mild. It'll be just like last night, dipping into the 30s, which is typical for March. And then I didn't think we'd ever need this graphic, this icon. Look, there's a sunshine next to a cloud with rain and snow coming out of it. And that is literally what your Friday will bring. Bring sunshine to start, then clouds, couple raindrops, and then snow. So literally spring to winter. Because of the accumulating snow that is expected, we have winter weather advisories for areas in purple. The darker blue is a winter storm watch. The difference is how much snow you'll see. Most of the snow is expected to be across our eastern tier. We're looking at 3 to 4 inches in our highest elevations by the middle of the morning on Saturday. The wind chills are going to be vicious, Rory, feeling like teens and 20s. And by Sunday morning, record-setting lows are possible. We'll talk about this in more detail coming up in just a bit.
All right, Bree. You know, many schools partner with groups and organizations in countries overseas. It's a way to connect and learn about other cultures. But one local academy's long-standing relationship is threatened because, you see, they partner with an orphanage in Ukraine. And now the youngest of students here are learning about that country's culture, and they're taking action to help. Our Alexandra Cohen with the story.
Do you want another one?
From eggs to flax, students at Blue Marble Academy are learning about Ukraine.
What colors are you making? Blue and yellow.
On Thursday, these pre-K students molded Play-Doh into hearts.
So we really implement the heart projects into our curriculum on a daily basis, and so that they can feel like they're really part of something that's beyond them, and that they can make a difference and help give them those feelings of support in the community and empathy of what they need to be, you know, to become successful.
Center Director Robin Brock says they partnered with the Ukrainian orphanage for years. In December, students sent them blessing blankets. Now as Russia invades the country, they're raising money at their schools to help the orphanage with food and supplies to stay safe.
If you would like to donate to the outreach that partners with the orphanage, I did post a link to our website where you can donate.
This is so cool.
So far, they've raised around $16,000. What's heartbreaking is sometimes the orphans have to seek shelter in a potato cellar because of the fighting outside. For Robin, while it's a world away, it hits close to home.
It does, especially in the field that I'm in with early childhood, and just how their worlds have just been completely changed.
Reporting in Spring Hill, Alexandra Cohen, News Channel 5.
Every little bit helps. By the way, this special partnership, we're told, has been ongoing for nearly a decade.
More than 1 million Ukrainian citizens have been driven from their homes with just a suitcase worth of clothes. News Channel 5's Chris Davis shows us how a local nonprofit is helping many of those individuals get basic necessities we usually take for granted.
As we speak, shipments of shoes like these are headed to Poland and Moldova, 2 countries that are currently accepting refugees from Ukraine.
We can take the 6 pairs of shoes that were in this box and replace it with 12 pairs of shoes in a box. We can move a lot more boxes that way and essentially a lot more shoes.
Brand new shoes and clothing will be delivered to Poland and Moldova, 2 European countries that are currently hosting the largest number of Ukrainian refugees fleeing their homes from the Russian invasion.
That there was an entire society that has been uprooted and, disrupted. And you can't, I can't help but feel for those people.
Major corporate donors make it possible for these massive undertakings, but just getting the donated items on shipping containers amidst a supply chain crisis has cost the nonprofit thousands of extra dollars, which is where your generosity can come in.
We are asking people if they want to help underwrite the cost of shipping. That's an easy way to get involved.
And this won't just be one shipment. Souls for Souls is committing to seeing these people through no matter what happens. We'll share why at 6. In Old Hickory, Chris Davis, News Channel 5.
Thanks, Chris. If you'd like to find out ways you can help Souls for Souls in this mission, we have additional resources on our website.
Another really difficult story to report tonight. A Middle Tennessee toddler has been shot and killed. Here's what we know. It happened in the town of Elkton in Giles County. The young victim was just 3 years old. Now, the Giles County Sheriff tells us this is an ongoing investigation and they will share more information when they are able. Firefighters in Smyrna rushed out early this morning working to keep this apartment fire from getting any worse. Heavy smoke and flames were already coming out of a unit at Colony Square Apartments on Rock Springs Road. Everyone got out, although one person was treated and released. Fire crews managed to keep the flames to that one unit, but the damage was extensive. 5 people lost their homes. Investigators say a candle sparked that fire.
Metro Police will get new updated tasers later this year, but before that happens, they want you to see how they work. MNPD is hosting a presentation tonight, along with the company that makes them. Officers will get 1,400 tasers sometime between next month and June. The event is at 5:30 this evening at the Music City Center. Parking is free, but you do need to tell the attendant you're there for the tasers event. News Channel 5's Levi Ismail will be there. Look for his report tonight right here on News Channel 5 at 10. You're looking at the largest soccer-specific stadium in the U.S., and it's right in our backyard. Geodis Park is the official name for Nashville Soccer Club's new home.
Yeah, the partnership announced just today, and we got an inside look at the place. News Channel 5's Hannah McDonald was there for the announcement.
She also toured the brand new venue.
The stadium isn't quite done yet, which is why we had to wear vests and hard hats today. But in just about 50 days, fans will pack this park, which now has a name.
The sound of innovation.
This is the video that played ahead of the landmark announcement that the name of Nashville Soccer Club's new home is Geodis Park.
We run some of the world's biggest companies, and we manage their supply chain. And we do that for the Americas right here in Nashville, and we are proud to be part of this community.
The Grand Stadium, a few miles from Geodis in Brentwood, seats 30,000 people. While the stadium is set to become the largest soccer-specific venue in this country and Canada, the design is intimate. The last row is just 150 feet from the edge of the soccer field. The team's CEO says community is important.
It's been part of our agenda from the start, to be honest. Starting with the design, this stadium was designed to fit into this neighborhood. It's not one of those big shiny spaceships that looks like it landed from somewhere. We built it, with real thought about the materials, steel and brick and wood, and that fits very much into Wedgwood, Houston.
Approximately 20,000 season tickets have been sold to date. In addition to soccer, Geodis Park will host concerts, conferences, and community activities throughout the year. In Wedgwood, Houston, Hannah McDonald, News Channel 5.
Brand new, and I know so many fans can't wait for that very first match.
Geodis Park will officially open its doors on May 1st when the Boys in Gold host the Philadelphia Union. Still ahead, the state adds another marker to its pathways of music that tell part of Tennessee's history. Up next, we'll tell you who this one pays tribute to and hear from his family.
And caught on camera, that was not a licensed driver behind the wheel. We'll tell you what happened coming up.
Ooh, that's a wild story. Our weather's about to get pretty wild as well. Flakes flying and sticking, wind howling, all in the next 36 hours. Details next.
Grammy Awards are just around the corner, and tonight's about honoring Nashville's best. See who is nominated for this year's big event coming up here on the red carpet.
Join the conversation. Connect with News Channel 5 on Facebook.
It's a party before the big celebration.
Yeah, we like pre-parties. Artists and industry leaders about to gather for the Grammy nominee party. It's hosted by the Recording Academy Nashville chapter. And of course, News Channel 5's Casey Mason is there. Just got out to the Hutton Hotel where the party is taking place tonight.
And Casey, we're excited to see the party back in action.
Man, it feels good to be back in action. You're right. It is a party. It's a great time. Lots of smiling faces here. Everybody's just glad to be back together for a red carpet event. As you said, we are here at the Hutton Hotel where shortly the red carpet is going to roll out here behind me. And it's all in honor of the Recording Academy's 64th Nashville chapter nominees. And that's the home base, as we like to call it here in Nashville. So tonight's event's also going to celebrate the past winners from last year's 63rd Grammy Awards show. And of course, the Grammy Awards celebrate a wide variety of artists, all music genres. But tonight's event, I like to say it's home base for us because this is based upon the genres originating here in Nashville, like Americana music, Christian music, and of course, country music. And leading the way in the country music nomination at this year's Grammy Awards are artists Mickey Guyton and Chris Stapleton. Of course, Mickey hit the stage last year for a memorable performance, and she's excited to be back at this year's Grammy Awards for yet another nomination. And Chris Stapleton, no stranger to country music and winning lots of awards, will be up there joining her again. They are leading the way in the country music genre at this year's Grammys. Now, the Grammys are going to take place April 3rd, and tonight it's all about the, Nashville chapter nominees that are going to be making their way, as well as a celebration taking place afterwards. So we're excited to talk to all the genres here in Music City tonight and keep it right here because we never know who we're going to get to talk to. But as you guys said, it's a party. It's a good time.
All right. Thanks so much, Casey. Well, big news. This year's CMT Music Awards will air right here on CBS. And we now know who will be hosting. Country music's Kelsea Ballerini and actor Anthony Mackie. This will be Anthony Mackie's first time to host and Ballerini's second. The CMT Music Awards will be on CBS April 11th. And in case you didn't know, the fans get to decide who gets the awards on this show. Nominations will come out next week, and that's when the fan voting will begin.
Another great look from Sky 5. Of course, that's the Country Music Hall of Fame in downtown Nashville. A number of different genres music genres call Tennessee home, not just country. There's rock and blues, everything in between. And the state has created Tennessee Music Pathways. They're markers to help you learn more about some of the music legends and the places so you can find music along your way. Well, today a new marker unveiled in Hendersonville to pay tribute to country music singer-songwriter Lefty Frizzell. Frizzell wrote songs such as If You've Got the Money, I've Got the Time. The marker is at Sanders Ferry Park. Lefty's two brothers tell us they have some great memories.
I'd even lived out here a couple of times with Lefty in this area here in Hendersonville, and so it brings back a lot of memories. Fishing on Old Hickory. I mean, he loved to bass fish, you know, and I remember fishing out there with him, and got a house on the lake, and we had our fishing poles, our rods out on the back deck, and when somebody would go out and catch a fish, the whole house would come out and fish for about 5 minutes. Then we'd all go back up again, you know.
I came out one summer, and I was working with Lefty, and got back to the house, and I had to learn how to water ski, and so I was trying to show brother Lefty and his wife Alice, and Abe Mulkey, his guitar player, and all of them. And none of them was able to actually get up. They got out of the water, but they never stood up.
Lefty Frizzell died back in 1975 at the age of 47. He was elected into the Country Music Hall of Fame in 1982.
In other news, take a look at this. Metro Nashville police released video of that stolen tanker truck hitting a power pole on Murfreesboro Pike and Thompson Lane. As you can see, it also lost part of an axle. Fortunately, the tanker truck was empty. Police say Jacques Dubois stole the truck from a lot on East Thompson Lane yesterday. He was arrested after he drove to Wilhagen Drive and wound up off the road.
How was that ever going to work out for him?
Didn't.
Right? Like,
For sure.
They won't notice. This is a very subtle vehicle that I've stolen. It's not going to draw any attention.
Didn't work out the way he thought.
The common sense page was blank.
Was like,
Right?
just left that at home.
All right, well, you're the messenger. You're just the messenger, but we're going to brace ourselves.
Everyone's reaction has been the same all week. Like, what? No. What? Even my kids. I told my 8-year-old, I said, it's going to snow Saturday. And he went, no, it's not. I was like, thanks, bro. Appreciate being mansplained to by a child. All right, weather-wise, it's going to happen. So be ready for it. Like Rory said, we are the messengers. We are not the makers of our weather. Friday, quite literally, will feature sunshine, clouds, raindrops, and snowflakes, all in 24 hours. We are truly making that joke come true. If you don't like the weather, wait a couple hours. You'll get something different. Spring, upper 60s. Some spots could even flirt with 70 degrees tomorrow, before we plummet down into the 20s by Saturday morning. It is a potent, efficient cold blast. From Friday night through Saturday morning, we are looking at accumulating snow. So we've issued a Storm 5 alert for that time frame. So late Friday through early Saturday. The snow is going to wind down by the morning hours on Saturday, but Saturday afternoon is going to hurt outside. It is going to be so bitter cold with howling wind chills that it's just going to feel like we're in the depths of January, not the middle of March. Here is our winter weather maker. It doesn't look like much. There's actually 2 sections of energy that are helping to fuel the snow with this. So from Chicago through Kansas City, all the way towards the panhandle of Texas. This is going to become more energetic over the next 24 hours. It's going to deepen and blossom into what will be our snow potential. Clearly, you see the divide in temperatures here. It's 22 degrees in Kansas City. It's 61 degrees in Little Rock. This potent cold air mass is going to plow its way into the mid-state and set the stage for a very wintry start to our weekend. Today was easy. Sunshine, 50s, 60s. Tomorrow will start easy. It's just going to end complicated. Tonight, we dip into the 30s, calm, quiet, no active weather. Kids are going to school. I had a teacher on Facebook tell me that snow on Saturday is a waste. I think that they would have preferred it on the Friday, especially since summer coming into spring break next week. Lunchtime tomorrow will be great. We'll be in the 60s, but by late tomorrow night is when that snow works in. We do have a winter weather advisory for areas west, winter storm watch for areas east, and it's because of the accumulating snow. So here's a look at what we're forecasting. Lower totals for our western tier, a dusting up to 2 inches. This includes Clarksville and Hopkinsville. Along Interstate 65, around 1 to 3. It'll be a very light, fluffy snow, so it's going to blow around, which is going to make it hard to measure. Once you get into our higher elevations, 3 to 4 inches are possible. And by Saturday, that wind chill, like I said, is going to be mean. Feeling like the teens Saturday afternoon. Again, the snow won't be falling at that point, but because the wind will be so strong, it may still be blowing around a little bit, which will reduce visibility early in the day. 31 for your top temperature on Saturday. Deceptive. I just showed you the wind chills. It's not going to feel like 30, so don't even think 30. Think teens and 20s. Saturday night, we drop down to 19. That would tie the record low that was set in 1998. So a significant wallop, but it's a brief one, Vicki. We're back to sunny 50s by Sunday and then 60s spring-like by Monday of next week. It's crazy.
Hard to believe. Thanks, Bree. Well, it's shaping up to be a big weekend at BNA.
Yeah, first of all, it's spring break. Add to the mix the ongoing construction there, and now that wintry weather forecast. What you need to know before you head out.
Spring break travel is here, and staff at the Nashville airport expect record-breaking numbers. Airport staff told our Rebecca Schleicher they expect around 30,000 passengers to depart each day on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. That's up by about 5,000 people from before the pandemic. Now, Sunday will be the busiest day as some travelers return home from an earlier week off. To make sure your trip runs smoothly, get to the airport 2 hours early. Make sure you go to the correct terminal, with the airport now being split in two different directions. And check the airport website to see where parking is available beforehand.
The big thing is that knowing your parking options, because a lot of times the things that you'll run into with that is with our parking garages, just knowing where to go. Because you see the cranes and you think, oh, I can't go that way. No, you can, and just knowing how to get in those spaces. So know your parking options before you arrive.
Also, don't forget to take your mask. Federal mask requirements are still in place, and Rory, BNA reports giving out 5,000 masks each day to passengers who just forgot it.
It's nice that they had them there. And
That's
we should
true.
point out the mask mandate for public transit. That's planes, buses, and trains. It is expected to be extended for another month. That's through April 18th. But the CDC is expected to ease things after that.
We'll keep you posted.
A benefit plan for a Middle Tennessee police officer who's in a tough battle with COVID pneumonia. Franklin officer Sean Finn was first hospitalized January 1st. He's been very sick, but we're told slowly improving. Officer Finn is a 9-year veteran with Franklin PD. He has 2 little girls, so if you'd like to help, a concert fundraiser is being organized at Generations Church. It's March 20th in downtown Franklin.
Sun and snow.
In the same day.
Same day.
Why not? Yeah, near 70 tomorrow in some spots in the afternoon. 22 degrees with some single-digit wind chills by Saturday morning. Accumulated snow on the way. It's going to be wild. Talk about it at 6.
All right, that's our time.
We'll see you at 6.